races. These moments are a reminder of what we fight for and what is only possible through a brotherhood that endures beyond the battlefield. Marines fight, not for glory, but for the Marine beside them. From training grounds to battlefields, Marines stand together, forever faithful to the mission and the Corps. Their legacy is not just written in history books. It lives in the hearts of those who have worn the uniform, and in the spirit of honoring that storied legacy, we remain Semper Fidelis.
Do you suffer from FOMO? Fear of missing out on your favorite sporting event when you're away from home? With IPVanish VPN, you don't have to worry about streaming content over unsafe or restricted Wi-Fi to watch your favorite events. IPVanish VPN allows you unlimited and secure streams to all your favorite sporting events. Don't let unsafe Wi-Fi and ISP throttling stop you from cheering on your home team or favorite athletes. Get IPVanish VPN now.
Joining our distinguished guests in the reviewing area are the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Eric F. Smith, and the Commanding Officer of Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C., Colonel Harry C. Batson. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for honors to Secretary Field. Please be seated. As we prepare for passing review, please direct your attention to the two marching companies assembled before you. These companies are comprised of infantry Marines who were hand-selected to serve at Marine Barracks, Washington. In addition to parade support, these companies conduct joint service honor ceremonies at the Pentagon, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and the White House. These Marines also have the solemn duty and distinct honor of performing dignified transfer ceremonies for fellow Marines who have made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our country, as well as laying our Marines and their families to rest in Arlington National Cemetery. When not performing ceremonial functions, the Marines of Companies A and B hone their infantry skills in preparation for future service in combat units of the Fleet Marine Forces. Ladies and gentlemen, when the colors approach you, we ask that you please rise.
we begin our ceremony with a performance by the President's own United States Marine Band. The band traces its roots back to July 11, 1798, when an act of Congress authorized the Marine Corps to employ a drum major, a fife major, and 32 fifers and drummers. Today, the Marine Band has more than 150 members who proudly carry out its mission of providing music for the President of the United States and the Commandant of the Marine Corps. The band will open with a march by John Philip Sousa entitled El Capitan.
Introducing Iron Beam, the best choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is the industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide. With the free Iron Beam platform and free real-time data, you can trade.
Who led the band from 1880 to 1892. Of all his marches, one so embodied our American spirit that in 1987, an act of Congress proclaimed it the National March of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrating more than 226 years of serving as the guardian of American musical tradition, the Marine Band will perform Sousa's most famous march, The Stars and Stripes Forever. Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C. was established on March 31st, 1801. This site was chosen for the new Marine garrison due to its proximity to the Washington Navy Yard and the newly finished Capitol by President Thomas Jefferson and our second commandant, Lieutenant Colonel William Ward Burroughs. It is the oldest active post of the United States Marine Corps. Just beyond the north end of the parade deck stands the historic Home of the Commandants. It has been the residence of every Marine Commandant since its completion in 1806. The present occupants are the 39th Commandant and his lady, General and Mrs. Eric M. Smith. During our nation's bicentennial in 1976, the barracks and the Commandant's house together were designated a National Historic Landmark. The flag flying over the barracks this evening is a replica of the national ensign, displaying 15 stars and 15 stripes that would have flown here when the barracks was founded in 1801. It is the same version of the flag that flew over Fort McHenry during the War of 1812, inspiring Francis Scott Key's lyrics of our national anthem, earning this flag the iconic name, the Star-Spangled Banner.
accounted for. United States Marines, from the bugle call, all present or accounted for. Sound! Officers! Cool!
Washington, D.C., Corporal Chesty the 16th. A pedigree English bulldog, Corporal Chesty the 16th enlisted in the Marine Corps on 14 March 2022 and completed recruit training on 25 March 2022. The first barracks mascot was named in honor of the most decorated Marine in history, Lieutenant General Louis B. Chesty Puller, a name that has been inherited by every mascot of the oldest post of the Corps.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store, and after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
Battalion! Fix! Bayonet!
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of the colors.
March on the colors! Ready, set, hard! Oh, hard!
The Marine Corps color guard before you is unique. Flanked by two Marine riflemen, our national flag is carried by the 41st Color Sergeant of the Marine Corps, while the Marine to his left carries the official battle color of the Marine Corps. The 55 streamers and silver bands displayed with the battle color commemorate the military campaigns in which Marines have participated. They span the entire history of our nation, from the Revolutionary War to the combat operations in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Decorated with palms, oak leaf clusters, and stars, they represent more than 400 awards and campaigns of the United States Marines. It is the privilege of Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C. to be entrusted with the custody of this battle color.
Post the colors!
Please be seated.
The parade is formed.
Take your post, sir. Down. Go. Sword. Alter. Hum. Forward. Hum. Right shoulder. Hum. Forward. Hum. Left shoulder. Hum. Forward. Hum. Alter. Hum. Publish the order, sir.
Attention to order! Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C., 6 June 2025. Officer of the Navy, Staff Sergeant.
Myth: home equity loans are the only way to access cash. Reality: here's a better option. I used to think accessing my home equity would mean taking on a traditional loan and dealing with monthly payments. But then I found Point. I got up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments, no traditional loans, no income verification, and my
Stand guard! Halt!
Ceremonial at peace. Now, ceremonial at peace.
The Marines in the spotlight represent over 7 decades of marching and rifle drill precision, a legacy of honor, commitment, and discipline that began during the Sunset Parades of 1948. The M1 rifles they carry with fixed bayonets are standard for all our marching platoons and weigh in excess of 10 1/2 pounds. The platoon executes its drill sequence without verbal cadence or commands. Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C. proudly presents the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon.
hear an unlawful assembly order, but apparently one was called, and with incredible swiftness and some violence, they cleared this crowd. We saw them trample some protesters. We saw them using the baton. And the reason I'm wearing the mask is because they also used tear gas to disperse this crowd. People ran pretty quickly. The standoff continues, as you see. You can see those officers, and that's all LAPD right now, backed by the sheriff's office behind them. They're all wearing those gas masks because the gas lingers here in the air. We saw a couple of people carted off who had been hurt. I don't know if they've been overcome by the tear gas or something else, but it appears that at least a couple of people have been lightly injured. We're not sure exactly where they want protesters to go, but what was clear was that they wanted whatever was happening outside the federal building to end, and it ended quickly. I think it needs to be said that despite a lot of tension between the Marines and the National Guard and federal law enforcement that we saw, Kira, on the steps of the federal building, there was zero involvement that we saw of federal officials and Marines or National Guard with these protesters out here who were taunting them, were shouting shame, but at no point did it get physical. And right now, Kira, we're just waiting to see what happens here, if law enforcement continues to try to push people back or what. But clearly it was both sides. Once police started with those mounted horses pushing people back, using those batons, then we also saw projectiles, sticks being used against the horses and the officers as well. Unfortunately, after many hours of peaceful protest, this did become violent. Kira.
LAPD. Okay, Matt, can you still hear me okay? You still hear? You can hear? Okay.
My cameraman is putting on his. I can hear. He's just trying to put on his eye protection behind the camera.
Okay, no problem. All right.
So him, it's a bit of a kinetic situation.
No, I understand.
Okay, he's in shape now.
Okay, you do what you need to do. Yep, do what you need to do. I'm looking at the video.
No, we're good, Kira.
Okay, all right. So let me clarify what has happened here. Is I took notes about what you were saying. I'm looking at the pictures right now. So correct me if I'm wrong, but there about the past 5 hours there in Los Angeles, it was pretty peaceful. That there were, what would you say, tens of thousands of people that were rallying and marching through downtown. And it was calm, right? Everything was okay. What exactly happened that now created what we have just seen, and also clearly the LAPD moving in? I saw members of the SWAT team. I saw the mounted unit. I used to live in Los Angeles, so I'm trying to recognize what I'm seeing. How did it reach this level? Do you know what went wrong, Matt?
We don't. We saw the mounted police come in. There was a police barricade just over the 101. We don't know what the catalyst was. It just started, and it was very, very quick. It's incredible how quickly those mounted police can move back a crowd. You feel the power of those horses, and the officers on top of them wielding, batons that are good 4 or 5 feet long. And it moved protesters back quickly. Some people didn't get the chance to move back. They did get trampled or pushed physically by those horses. And I don't yet know what the catalyst was. Clearly, at some point, the LAPD declared this an unlawful assembly. We did not hear that. I don't think many members of the crowd heard that either. And then they moved in with incredible swiftness. I haven't seen them move this quickly in the 8 days that we've been out here in the streets. Something happened, though. I don't know what that trigger was, but that was the fastest that I've seen them clear a crowd, at least since we started. And we're before curfew. This is not a curfew move. This was an effort to clear the crowd. I would say that we haven't seen anything like this, certainly since the events on Sunday and maybe a little bit on Monday, Kira.
Got it. So my question to you now, National Guard troops, National Guard troops, U.S. Marines, have you seen either or are they working together with LAPD? What can you tell us? I see LAPD, but what about National Guard troops and U.S. Marines?
So we've been told specifically by LAPD's chief, Jim McDonald, that they are not coordinating with the National Guard, the Marines, or federal law enforcement. And so what you're seeing right now are just, there's a man in a red shirt who just gave me but you're seeing, this is just LAPD. We understand that they are not coordinated with them. And that building right there, that is LA's federal building. And just on the corner, I don't know, oh, that's Sheriff's Department officials. But on the balcony, you might be able to see some Marines or National Guard. I can't make out from this distance what they are. But that's where they are, and they have stayed there. They have not advanced farther towards this crowd. And from what we've seen here, just one last word, we have seen zero physical interaction between federal forces and protesters here.
Got it. So the Marines, I was reading one of the notes you and the producers put out that the Marines were seen pushing some of the protesters off the stairs of the federal building there. I mean, can you just put that into perspective? Were they trying to move them or away from the building where we see members of the National Guard?
So we saw, you can't see it right now, but you can, they have, the Marines have these shields that are sort of like 5 feet long, and they were just sort of protecting the front stairs. They weren't actually moving out into the public area, which is the sidewalk. So they don't have jurisdiction there. They have jurisdiction over the federal building and everything inside of it and around it on its property. So there is a very well delineated jurisdiction and division of labor between federal forces, the other side, and the local law enforcement. Local law enforcement has agency over the streets, and those federal officials, Marines, California, the National Guard troops control the federal buildings. I'm just going to move away from that speaker here. It's so loud. So I'm going to take my mask off for now. It seems like you can see, I don't know if you can see some of the, I'm going to have Greg sort of zoom into those officers who are kneeling. Either they're reloading or preparing for another move. But you can see all these officers with these launchers on them. The launchers that have the green, there's another sound grenade going off. I don't know if that may have been a firecracker here. Officers appear to be gearing up. Again, what they're doing is cleaning off their gas masks. So we've seen flashbangs go off. I think that's another flashbang. Yep, that's the LA Sheriff's Department right up there on that bridge. I don't know. You can see them talking to those flashbangs, those sound grenades moving people off. That looks like a smoke bomb. And you can see people scurrying away right there. That's the Sheriff's Department moving it across the bridge, trying to clear it. You're probably going to see some of those people right over this pavilion over here. I assume that in the next couple of minutes we're going to see the LAPD continue to move here. There's some more flashbangs.
And Matt,
but it does appear that they're taking off their helmets and gas masks.
So, okay, I know you probably have to listen, but okay, so Matt, while you're listening, we should probably put into perspective that flashbangs, they're a distraction device. Police departments, military, they all use them to just try and disperse a crowd. We should probably make that clear to our viewers that there aren't bombs. Well, we can't totally confirm, but what it looks like is flashbangs, not bombs going off.
Well, no,
and then,
we would have.
Yeah, you know, I'm just trying to clear. Not you didn't say it. I just want folks watching to understand what's happening here. Not everybody knows what a flashbang is, right? But it looks like they're keeping things pretty calm for as loud and raucous that it's become. It looks like the LAPD and you said the Sheriff's Department is also there. It looks like local law enforcement seems to have things under control at this point.
I would say, Kira, that they're very much in control of this situation right now. There were many hundreds of protesters here, and you can see it's pretty much cleared out. You can also notice the change in posture of the LAPD right now. They've taken off the gas masks. That is an indication that they're probably not going to use it. These frontline officers have them still, but you can see the mounted officers have taken them off. And yes, you know, we call them non-lethal. Let me see if I can find one on the ground here. I can, or less lethal devices. So they can kill. They can maim, but they're not designed to. They're designed to hurt a protester, to drive people back, to scare people, but not to inflict great bodily harm. And it doesn't seem like that happened, although we do understand that, we've seen a couple of people who appear to have been hurt by it. And my friend Austin just showed us, this is one of the sponges that is fired in a canister. There are a bunch of them that are launched. Guns like that one, that's a launcher, that green one that officer has right there, has different kinds of those. That's a 40 millimeter sponge. But this is the kind of stuff they fire, it hits you, and it really hurts, and it makes you run away. Again, they're taking up positions here. We don't know where they want protesters to go or what they want them to do at this point. Typically, there's somebody on a bullhorn telling the crowd what to do. We don't have that right now. I think the general idea is get out of here.
I'll tell you what.
The posture seems to have changed for now, Kira.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, we're going to keep eyes on you. We're going to keep eyes on you as the LAPD is there on the streets. As you mentioned, too, the Sheriff's Department also working alongside the LAPD, crowd control. They've got the mounted unit out there. Matt, while you try and figure out exactly what's going on, and Flaherty, I want to bring you in because you've been just covering, overall what we've been seeing across the United States. Just to kind of back up, there were those ICE raids taking place in Los Angeles. The protests began. For the most part, they were peaceful. A lot of people were showing up on the streets of Los Angeles. Then the president called for the National Guard to come in. Then the U.S. Marines arrived in Los Angeles. We're not seeing video right now of National Guard troops or the Marines. We're seeing local law enforcement handle, obviously, what is happening here. We're not quite sure what triggered sort of the rush here that Matt got caught up in, but maybe we could just take a step back overall as we are watching this and explain to folks that yes, protests are happening, but they have been peaceful for the most part, and this really is the first time we've seen things get a little more hairy.
Yeah, that's right, Kira. I mean, I think certainly what people need to know is that this has been a volatile situation all last week. We know that something that President Trump has been doing is ramping up his immigration, the enforcement, the detentions across the country. This is not just about L.A. There's been this desire by the president, the Trump administration, and certainly by immigration authorities to rely on troops, on active duty troops, to help them carry out these immigration detentions and arrests. So what we saw last week was President Trump deployed the National Guard. We have close to 5,000 troops that he's put under his control in California against the wishes of the Democratic governor there, and saying if it wasn't for him, that this place would be burning to the ground. Now, we did see a lot of peaceful protests this week, but what we're seeing is this situation is escalating. And we had been warned about this, that this could happen because of the situation of sending in U.S. troops.
Got it. All right. And what we're going to do is take it back to our Matt Gutman there, who is on the streets of Los Angeles. Matt, go ahead.
All right. So people are now sprinting away. You can see the LAPD is pouring over here. They've actually encircled us. Excuse me. Greg, stay right there. You can see them running on the other side. I don't know what they're trying to do, if they're trying to entrap some of the protesters or encircle them. Clearly, they're clearing this. And behind us, you can see, the mounted police are in a trot. There's that man who just got trapped in between them. He looks like there's another man being trampled. We're going to keep moving out of here. And there's another police line right here that we are about to get into. Sorry, camera works a little shaky. We've not heard any direction from law enforcement about where they want people to be. Excuse me, sir. But you can see that this guy, that run that people just had to try to get out of harm's way. Again, that's the first time I've heard someone on a bullhorn. An officer saying you need to leave the area. Before that, we have not heard any instructions from law enforcement other than those are more flashbangs going off. Again, non-lethal. There's not actually any shrapnel in there. They explode to make sound. You can hear them clack, clack, clack. They're firing those less lethals. They're very forcefully continuing to move people back. We are now right across the street, incidentally, from the LAPD headquarters. And there are now hundreds of officers that we see, Kira. This is one of the largest enforcements that I've seen in the 8 days that this has happened. They've completely commandeered this corner. And behind this massive line, not only of mounted police, officers with launchers, officers with batons, there is a line of vehicles, of police vehicles that include cruisers, and further on we saw armored.
And good afternoon. We have some breaking news to cover here on ABC 7. The large demonstrations happening across the country. You can see our Tim Caputo is live on the streets of downtown Los Angeles, where things have been largely peaceful all day long. Within the last hour, police have moved in. They gave a dispersal order. Things are mostly peaceful, but we'll see as the tension continues to rise there on the ground. Let's go right now to our Tim Caputo, live from downtown Los Angeles. Tim.
Yeah, certainly tension out here. It hasn't got to the point of any violence, but you see actually CHP lined up behind me. They essentially moved up this line, and check it out. They added even more CHP officers behind this initial line. And what's happening right now is essentially everything on these overpasses on this side of the 101 is they push this crowd back on the opposite side to Arcadia Street. The federal building is just over that way, a couple blocks down Los Angeles, and then Alameda, and City Hall is just up the street here. The crowd has been moved over to the other side of the 101. None of them have got onto the 101, but check it out behind me. This is essentially what we've seen for the last 30, 40 minutes or so, is the crowd has lined up 3 to 4 feet away from these officers from CHP with their batons, with their tactical gear on, and nearly all of them have been yelling at them for the last 30 minutes. These officers standing guard. I can tell you just maybe 5 minutes ago, one gentleman, I didn't see what he did or if he did anything, but what ends up happening is when anytime something pops up, all these officers, or at least a handful of them, will try to grab that person and try to detain them. We saw that on Thursday night. We saw that on Friday night. But what's happened is they've moved this crowd over to the opposite side of the 101, and everywhere we're looking, actually, if you go up, face it up to Spring Street real quick. You see the crowd there is still on the overpass waving flags. The 101 still moving at this point. Nothing happening on the freeway itself, but obviously when you look at where we are, which is Main Street, down to Los Angeles Street and Alameda Street, the officers have moved the crowd to the opposite side as this dispersal order has gone into effect. That being said, this is not the curfew. There were many hours until that happened, so the crowd very much still out here at this point. Many of them, obviously it is a peaceful crowd in the sense that these people, sure, they're hurling insults. Sure, they're yelling profanities. Yes, their signs can be offensive in many ways, but that's the extent of what we have seen from this spot. These officers holding guard on this side as they move people away from that federal building and from the latter parts of downtown from where we're standing. Obviously, it is a volatile situation. The crowd is fired up. But at this point, that's all it's been, is a kind of back and forth, and the back and forth mostly being chants, yelling, and no actual physical violence. Obviously, it is early in the evening, and the crowd is fired up. Many of them have been here for several hours, but you see what police are trying to do, LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, CHP, which is essentially move the crowd as far away from the federal building as they can. That being said, you guys have seen it all afternoon. There are tens of thousands of people out here. This is not as easy as just saying, hey, folks, go home. These folks ain't going home anytime soon. So obviously this is something to keep an eye on as police have moved to Arcadia Street at this point. They haven't moved beyond that, but they are holding the line.
Tim, as you mentioned, it's earlier in the afternoon, but we have been watching these protests all day, starting in downtown LA at 10 a.m. Some people even getting there before. But Tim, from other vantage points, we've seen some flashbangs. We've heard some sound grenades. Anything in your area that you're seeing or hearing in terms of less lethal being used?
Yeah, so we heard maybe 2 or 3 flashbangs, but it sounds like it was on the opposite side, maybe closer to Temple Street, not physically where we are right here. Like I said, there was one gentleman, he's still actually lingering around. They didn't grab him. We didn't see what, if anything, he did, but he got very close to these officers, and you see they're holding batons. 3 or 4 of them came out into the crowd to try to grab him, flanked by the other CHP. He ran away, and they went back to this line here. So that's all we've seen here when it comes to confrontations, but we have heard. That sounds like another one right there. You can't tell. It's pretty far off if that's a firework or a flashbang, but certainly when it comes to the mounted patrol, they were farther down closer to Los Angeles Street. They seem to have either retreated or moved back to the opposite side on Temple Street. Obviously, There's another one right there. So clearly some stuff happening on the opposite side of where we are. They have a pretty strong line here. Actually, check that out, Will. Did you see the smoke off in the distance there? So that's going to be Temple Street on the opposite side of some of these federal buildings here. You could maybe see, take a step closer to me here, in between the police officers, some of the crowds walking in the street, beyond these highway patrol vehicles, beyond these officers that are right here. So some of those flashbangs going off into the air, you see the kind of little plumes of smoke. I can't see from my vantage point what exactly is happening there, but if they are attempting to move the crowd back, that is oftentimes a tactic to kind of get people to move away from that area and disperse the crowd smaller and smaller. That being said, if you look here, it is still a very big crowd out in front of City Hall. It's a big crowd, and of course on the opposite side as Temple as well. So this is going to play out for some time because these folks are not going anywhere.
And we can tell you that we can feel the tensions from here, Tim, rising throughout downtown. If things had been peaceful, we saw tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people take to the streets starting early this morning, marching all around downtown. It did not feel like what it does now. That's mostly because police have now moved in. They've given those dispersal orders, and we do want to tell you that Air 7 is en route right now, should be overhead momentarily, so we can get an idea of what's going on in other parts of the downtown area. But I'm not sure if as we look now, this is looking, I believe, southbound.
That's a water bottle.
Yeah, down towards the crowd that's gathered at City Hall and the Federal Building. That's where the majority of the confrontation that we have seen, not physical. No, it didn't seem like there was much altercation, but we did see people on the steps of the Federal Building and those U.S. Marines posted there at times using their shields. We've been dipping in as well to the ABC News live feed to see what has been going on the other side of the 101 freeway, where I know Matt Gutman has been doing some reporting there. But Tim, have you heard from these protesters? Have you been able to talk to them? This seems like the kind of thing where things were calm until police showed up and gave that dispersal order, and now we're seeing the tensions ratchet up.
I mean, obviously, they were marching around for the better part of 5 hours. Folks I spoke with earlier today, they've been here for most of the afternoon, and they were a big group right on the outside City Hall, dancing, playing the trumpet. They were seemingly having a good time up there. Not to say this is necessarily a different crowd, but with these line of officers, we have seen people come up. Some of them kind of camped out just 3 or 4 feet in front of CHP here, hurling insults, yelling at them the entire time. I don't know if tensions are necessarily rising or lowering at this point, but obviously hearing those flashbangs in the background, and as they move the crowd and kind of push them away from the 101 off of Aliso, over these overpasses to the opposite side, there is a building tension, at least between this group here. And this is 30, 40 people, but you hear off in the distance there, those are the flashbangs, and there's some more plumes of smoke on the opposite side. That is Temple Street that you're looking at. It's really tough to see from our vantage point because obviously you have these highway patrol vehicles and some extra officers in between us and them, and it's like 3 blocks away too. But clearly they're trying to move the crowd back in that direction away from the federal buildings. With this dispersal order, obviously they are trying to move the crowd, and some of the tactics is a show of force and having these officers line up against the street. I can say at least the interactions, it's mostly one-sided at this point. These CHP officers standing firm here, not saying anything, not kind of having any dialogue, conversation, not insulting back or talking back. It's just them holding their guard, kind of looking into the crowd to see if there are any agitators. Hold up. To my right here. Oh, yeah. See, look, this is what happens. I can't see what happened prior to that, but clearly these officers came up and went into the crowd either to grab someone or at least to get close to someone. We'll take a step back. Take a step back. So this is what happens, right? So there was a lady and a woman over here who had been yelling at them for the better part of the last 45 minutes or so. I don't know what transpired that got them to move up, but what ends up happening in a very kind of strong formation, 4, 5, 6, maybe 10 of them come up, try to either grab that person and put them in those handcuffs or push them back. And what ends up happening is the crowd, somebody just threw a soccer ball over the crowd here, ends up pushing them back. We'll look up the street here. And also this attention here with them coming up draws a bigger crowd. When we first walked down here from Spring Street, there was almost no one in the street. There were scattered maybe 10, 15, 20 people standing alongside the 101. Now it has grown substantially as you hear these flashbangs. Lots of them. Check it out, Will. Across the street here. Move away from the flag. That's Temple Street up on the other corner, and they're clearly trying to move the group back in the other direction. Obviously on this side though, as CHP moved into the crowd, it has kind of moved back a little bit, is not as condensed with people. But what ends up happening is everyone starts to get a little bit closer, the tensions start to rise, and then obviously if anyone throws anything at these officers, if anyone spits on them or any kind of contact or something that would go to the point where they would detain them, that's when they're coming out into the crowd. It's a precarious spot to be because I got to keep my head on a swivel to a degree because the person who threw the soccer ball wasn't standing on the front line. They were on the opposite side of the sidewalk there. So obviously CHP has to keep an eye on everyone in this crowd to make sure that there are no agitators, or at least try to find them before anything flares up. But obviously folks getting excitable out here as this is continuing.
Yeah, and we want to apologize for any profanity you might be seeing on your screen. As you can tell, this is an ongoing situation that we are following closely here, and we want to make sure that you understand, as the viewer, that on the right hand of your screen, you're seeing a live picture from Air 7. But we want to go to ABC's Alex Stone. Alex, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, Sophie and Jory. So right now, the LA County Sheriff's Department and the LAPD have been clearing. We're on Main at Temple right now, and there are a number. You can see the smoke that is being deployed right now by the Sheriff's Department as they are trying to get the crowd to move up Temple, northbound, I guess, on Temple. And the Sheriff's Department has been moving everybody back. The LAPD is on our side. We're right outside of City Hall and the Fire Department headquarters here, and they're trying to get everybody to move out of the area that was around the Federal Building. The active duty Marines, the National Guard, they were on duty, and it got to a point where they decided it was an unlawful assembly and they wanted everybody to move, and they're doing exactly that right now. There are many members of the crowd who are unwilling to leave, that they are not willing to get out of this area. So more munitions are being sent over from the Sheriff's Department as they are continuing to load their weapons, and looking at a deputy here that had his eyes on our area and looked like he had a tear gas canister. So they've been using a number of different types of gas. The Sheriff's Department can use tear gas. The LAPD does not. But a little while ago, they used what was kind of like a pepper gas on the crowd that got everybody moving. It burned real bad. We got hit by it, burned in the nose and in the mouth. But different departments use different gases. So they are clearing these streets right now. It was a peaceful day of marching during the daytime. We were with the marchers all day long. That has now changed here tonight as they're trying to clear out this crowd, guys.
Yeah, real disappointing turn of events here. What had been a long day of peaceful demonstration has now, we see once again, devolved, and we hear the explosions of unrest coming once again in downtown Los Angeles as the Sheriff's Department, the LAPD moves in to clear out these demonstrators that had gathered in the tens of thousands. There will be questions about what went into the decision to give this dispersal order and move in like this. Was it an imminent threat? Was there violence playing out, or was it a decision they were worried about things kind of changing once the sun went down and seeing a repeat of the violence we saw last weekend? But clearly, things are changing here on the streets of Los Angeles as law enforcement is moving in with flashbangs, with pepper, with tear gas, and those we can see the mounted officers. We see the Sheriff's Department in pickup trucks and now firing into the crowd to try and break this crowd. Sounds like Alex has to move his location. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you could hear it in his ground shot there, the flashbangs in the background. And, that dispersal order came out just about 40 minutes ago. The protests earlier today, those were supposed to end at around 2 p.m. That's what our ground reporters were hearing. They started at 10 a.m. And now, looking ahead, that curfew is set to start again at 8 p.m. tonight. We saw that earlier this week. And so it appears as though, that is what these law enforcement officers are preparing for, as hundreds of thousands of people came to downtown LA today to peacefully protest. And now it appears as though it is taking a bit of a turn. Yeah, unfortunate shades of what we saw last weekend when there were violent confrontations over the 101 freeway. We saw CHP vehicles destroyed, fires set to those Waymo vehicles. This time, it appears that the Sheriff's Department and law enforcement does not want to even allow anyone on the overpasses over the 101, so they're taking no chances there. But there are several other groups of demonstrators still within the LA City Hall. You can see right there at the top of your screen, that group remains outside City Hall into Grand Park. That is on Spring Street, where the largest gathering has been throughout this day. But then parts of the crowd have kind of broken off and are now stretching down around to the other side of City Hall. This is
where on Main Street, where we just saw Alex Stone, and the intersection just off the 101 freeway, where we are seeing those flashbangs and loud confrontations as police and sheriff's department officials move in. Now, all of this is happening as we have U.S. Marines and the California National Guard guarding the federal complex there on both sides. We have seen both National Guard and Marines on site there. That is their jurisdiction, is the federal property. You likely will not see them out beyond that onto the streets. That is where the sheriff's department and the LAPD is handling things. But there is that tension of having U.S. troops on the streets of Los Angeles.
And we want to check in with Tim Caputo, who is on the ground now in downtown LA. Tim, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
You know, I just want to mention one point quickly, too, because the LAPD chief mentioned this yesterday, and it's kind of an interesting, when it comes to different law enforcement out here. Jory mentioned those National Guardsmen and those Marines that are protecting the federal buildings, and the chief said very distinctly that LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, and CHP have different missions than those feds, than the National Guard and the Marines. And the mission of the local authorities, whether it's CHP, LAPD, or the Sheriff's Department, is to keep peace on the street. And you talked about tensions a little bit earlier, too, and these shifting tensions out here, whether they're rising or lowering. I'll tell you what, somebody just put a speaker out in the middle of the street here, and everyone who is facing those CHP officers who are facing police who are lined up against the street have now turned their attention to the music and have changed the mood of at least this intersection of the protest. And I think that's kind of what we've seen throughout the course of today. Prior to when police were showing up, this was the mood of what we saw. People are, of course, upset. People are, of course, coming out here to have their voices heard. And there's an air of music and fun and lightness that comes to that, but obviously there's also an element to this where they're actually confronting with police, and that's what you're hearing on the opposite side of where we're standing. Is far on the other side of Temple, the flashbangs are continuing to go off. Right here on Arcadia Street, they are playing music in the street. So to define the protest or the protesters in one singular way would be impossible at this point, but obviously when you look at CHP, these guys are unfazed at this point. Obviously it has been tension-filled the last hour and a half since CHP moved this line across the 101 and these overpasses here at Main, at Alameda, and at Los Angeles, and they pushed the crowd into the street here, who are now solely focused on the music and the speakers in the middle of the street, but CHP obviously making sure none of them go into the overpass, or rather onto the overpass, or any place further than that at this point. But clearly the dispersal order and whether or not this protest was supposed to end at any particular time, that's seemingly irrelevant at this point, because everyone is out here, and frankly this crowd at this intersection, which was maybe 45 minutes ago a quarter of this size, is getting bigger and continues to get bigger as people are coming down the street. Like I said, because they have the overpasses shut down, face up this way, you essentially have to cross at Spring Street past City Hall to get in this direction. So that's the kind of main thoroughfare for people and the protesters on foot coming over here. And I think they've seen this congregation at this intersection here, and a lot of people are tending to come to this general direction. But again, at the moment, you know, a kind of tale of two different stories. They're playing music, they're singing in the street. Opposite, so we could see these plumes of smoke, the flashbangs, and the tear gas happening. Obviously, they are trying to move this crowd here. Everyone's staying put.
Yeah, it's what we want to see. The music will calm things down, and it seems to have happened there. Tim, thank you so much. There is a lot going on right now in different parts of downtown Los Angeles as we see the tension kind of ratcheting up on this side of the 101 freeway, opposite from where Tim is reporting. ABC's Matt Gutman is also in downtown Los Angeles. He's been reporting all day from the federal building and filed this report just a short time ago.
We saw the mounted police come in. There was a police barricade just over the 101. We don't know what the catalyst was. It just started, and it was very, very quick. It's incredible how quickly those mounted police can move back a crowd. You feel the power of those horses, and the officers on top of them wielding, batons that are good 4 or 5 feet long, and it moved protesters back quickly. Some people didn't get the chance to move back. They did get trampled or pushed physically by those horses, and I don't yet know what the catalyst was. Clearly, at some point, the LAPD declared this an unlawful assembly. We did not hear that. I don't think many members of the crowd heard that either, and then they moved in with incredible swiftness. I haven't seen them move this quickly in the 8 days that we've been out here in the streets. Something happened, though. I don't know what that trigger was, but that was the fastest that I've seen them clear a crowd at least since we started, and we're before curfew. This is not a curfew move. This was an effort to clear the crowd. I would say that we haven't seen anything like this, certainly since the events on Sunday and maybe a little bit on Monday. So you can see, I don't know if you can see some of the, I'm going to have Greg sort of zoom into those officers who are kneeling. Either they're reloading or preparing for another move. But you can see all these officers with these launchers on them. The launchers that have the green, there's another sound grenade going off. I don't know if that may have been a firecracker here. Officers appear to be gearing up. Again, what they're doing is cleaning off their gas masks. So we've seen flashbangs go off. I think that's another flashbang. Yep, that's the LA Sheriff's Department right up there on that bridge. I don't know. You can see them talking to those flashbangs. Those sound grenades moving people off. That looks like a smoke bomb. And you can see people scurrying away right there. That's the Sheriff's Department moving it across the bridge, trying to clear it. You're probably going to see some of those people right over this this pavilion over here. I assume that in the next couple of minutes, we're going to see the LAPD continue to move here. There's some more flashbangs. But it does appear that they're taking off their helmets and gas masks.
That was Matt Gutman reporting. He mentioned the unlawful assembly and also the dispersal order given by LAPD. We're just learning that dispersal order was given because rocks and bottles and bricks were being thrown at law enforcement officers. And now here is a live look from Air 7. You can see a lot of smoke. Matt also mentioned those flashbangs earlier. You could hear them in Tim Caputo's live shot earlier before, too. So a lot of smoke, flashbangs, sound grenades going off in the downtown LA area after what was a day of very peaceful protests.
So there you go. LAPD is taking, people throwing rocks and bottles, and they say bricks at them. There, once again, we have what had been a peaceful day at this point ruined by some agitators who are attacking the police. And we saw a similar thing kind of begin last weekend where things were peaceful until obviously they were not. And so once again here today, things had been rather peaceful all day long. We saw tens of thousands of people marching in a loop around all of downtown Los Angeles, making their way back to the City Hall complex, the Federal Building complex. And then once again, we see what happens when people take their attack towards law enforcement. Law enforcement moves in, and here we go once again with another day full of police launching sound and gas into the crowd to try and break things up for what had been a otherwise peaceful day. As we come up here on the top of the hour, we are on television going to return to our regular broadcasting. However, we will continue our coverage of what is happening on through our streaming platforms. That is our website, abc7.com. We will also be streaming on our website, abc7.com. You can just type in abc7.com/live, and that will take you to our live streaming coverage of, once again, unrest hitting downtown Los Angeles amid a nationwide day of protest.
This has been Eyewitness News with breaking news.
Okay, we continue our continuing coverage of breaking news in downtown Los Angeles and all across our area on this day of protest against President Trump and his administration's policies on a variety of issues. This has largely been a peaceful day of protest, but as you can see on your screen, that has quickly changed. The LAPD says they gave a dispersal order to the crowd that had lingered past the 2 p.m. close of what had been a long and peaceful demonstration in downtown Los Angeles. They said their officers were, quote, taking rocks, bottles, and bricks. So a little before 4 o'clock today, about 3:45, 3:50, a dispersal order was given. Officers began moving in, and we are seeing what that has now devolved into in parts of Los Angeles. And we do have reporters on the ground.
Yeah, this comes after a day of the No King's Day protests, one of the largest protests in history. But as you mentioned, Jory, this has turned into something not so peaceful anymore. And we want to get to the ground, if we can, to check in with Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo, who is live in downtown LA. Tim, we heard those flashbangs in your shot earlier today. You know, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? And where exactly are you, just to give the viewers a better idea of where you're standing?
So we're on Main Street, practically above the overpass over the 101. So technically we're on Arcadia Street, but kind of halfway in between. CHP has essentially drawn a line here at Arcadia Street to keep these folks from being on the overpass or closer to some of those federal buildings where the protests began. Take a look behind me. As they were singing and dancing and some of the folks out here were playing music, something happened with this gentleman here. To call him a gentleman is a stretch, but he apparently interacted with CHP. They went into the crowd, they grabbed him. He is now detained. We didn't see exactly what happened. Will, come over here and take a look, because this is part of the reason is you have a lot of folks at this intersection here. Many of them focused on the CHP officers themselves, some just kind of lingering and hang out in the crowd. There are certainly hurling insults and yelling and chanting in the direction of CHP, and occasionally, like we saw a soccer ball thrown into the crowd. Obviously that gentleman, something happened with him where they took him into custody. We don't know exactly what happened, but the crowd by and large standing off to the side, waving their flags and holding their signs. The protest, which was at one point moving and marching, has certainly changed in a lot of aspects as police issued that dispersal order and unlawful assembly a little while ago. And while it didn't disperse necessarily, people were moved out of the immediate area outside of the federal buildings, the Metro Detention Center. So what's happened is where we're standing here, as you hear some of those flashbangs keep going off, we are on Arcadia on the opposite side. We'll get a shot across the street here. And some of the biggest action at the moment happening over on Temple Street, which is a couple blocks over from where we're standing. Obviously, because of all that going on, it's even more important for CHP to keep this crowd as far away as possible so they don't get involved in that mix. But clearly, the crowd over there, they're trying to push it back. As you heard mentioned, obviously water bottles, apparently rocks and other pieces of cement thrown at some officers, and that's why we got to the point where they're getting the crowd to disperse and an unlawful assembly. Whether or not the crowd will disperse remains to be seen. It doesn't appear so at this point. Obviously, police here trying from moving beyond that, but what we've seen over and over again, at least in this area, if you look to the left here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people standing 3 or 4 feet away from this line of officers, yelling at them, talking to them. There's obviously not much interaction or dialogue back and forth. CAP just making sure that nothing violent happens, and if it does, that's when they come out of this line in this formation, grab someone or try to grab someone, and then get back in this line to keep the folks here. It should be noted too, we've talked to families, we've talked to young people, we've talked to older folks as well. There are people of all ages that have come out here today. Obviously, a lot of people here over the course of the day. And when it comes to what's happening now, it remains to be seen what kind of turn this takes into the evening hours. The curfew is still in effect in a couple hours from now, but obviously, I'd imagine most of these folks are going to stay out here till 8 o'clock.
Tim, from where you're standing, since you've gotten there, has that line of law enforcement, have they moved closer to you? Have they tried pushing people away, or is it they've kind of stayed right where they are?
Once they pushed up, that's a good question too, because once they pushed up, what was it, like 3:45-ish, they came up all these streets. It goes Alameda, Los Angeles, Main Street, and they pushed up all the way across the overpasses to hold the line here at Arcadia, rather. Keep in mind, in preparation of this, CHP actually removed a lot of those scooters that are rentable and out here. And last weekend, when things got violent, some of those scooters were tossed onto the 101, onto the CHP vehicles below. At the moment, the 101 is still moving. Cars are still on it. They prevented any of the protesters from getting on the freeway itself, but obviously moving folks to this side where there aren't as many, or if any, entry or exit ramps onto the 101 is part of the purpose. The line itself has stayed strong here. We've seen them stop out, and obviously some reserves standing behind them as one of them will maybe come off the line and somebody will fill that spot. But it has been a steady shoulder-to-shoulder line with their full tactical gear and their batons holding the line here for the better part of the last hour or so.
Tim, we know that so many people showed up early this morning, 9 a.m., 10 a.m., to get to downtown LA to be part of these protests. You arrived on scene, I want to say maybe an hour, 2 hours ago. What was it like getting to that area? Because we know that there are so many people in downtown LA who live there, who work there, maybe weren't part of these protests, maybe have events that they were planning on going to tonight. What was the traffic situation in terms of getting to where you are?
So truth be told, I've been here practically every night since last Friday, so I've got a pretty decent lay of the land when it comes to accessing the areas that the protesters have centered around. Obviously in front of City Hall, whether it's Spring Street up to Main Street itself, those are absolutely packed. Opposite Spring Street is one up from here, but you know what I'm saying. One on next to City Hall and then through the park on the other side, and then it goes down to Alameda. So accessing Union Station is fairly easy. Accessing other parts of the city is fairly easy. We're talking about a kind of centralized protest that have taken over the streets in these, several blocks in a row. It goes from Alameda up, and you see, well, let's point over here to Spring Street here. That's Spring Street, the one you're immediately looking at, that overpass there, and off in the distance it's kind of backlit, but you see the people standing up on Hill Street as well. That's North Hill Street, kind of overlooking the 101, and you get a good vantage point seeing all the way down the hill here and all the overpasses. Those areas are packed with people, but guess what? There are cars on those roads. So people are driving through. In fact, when we drove up to Spring Street itself, when we parked about 2 hours ago, you could drive through there. Sure, there are people in the street. You have to drive cautiously, as people were as they were driving by, but it's still accessible. It's not completely inaccessible. Obviously, the intersections like here, when you're talking about Arcadia and Aliso on either side of the 101, absolutely impassable at this point, whether it's police or protesters. So avoid this immediate area, but it doesn't mean the entire city's closed. Once you get farther north of here and further east of here, it's wide open.
Right, Tim, thank you. And we do want to say that as this is happening downtown, Metro putting out some notes. 6 Metro bus lines are being detoured in downtown LA. Metro encouraging riders to use rail. As of this point, only 1 rail station in downtown Los Angeles is closed. Buses that typically run downtown LA are detouring around the central business district, with most routes using either Figueroa to the west, Cesar Chavez to the north, Soto to the east, and Olympic to the south. And again, they say please consider using Metro Rail to travel within downtown Los Angeles, which we must remind you, you really only have 3 more hours to do, less than that now, with the curfew set to go into effect once again at 8 o'clock tonight. LA Mayor Karen Bass put that into effect this past week, and it now continues through the weekend. We don't know if it's going to keep going beyond that, but as of now, indefinitely, that is in place for the near future until things calm down, which it is clearly not doing today. I think one of the hallmarks of the march today of the No Kings protest march was that they were going to keep things peaceful. They wanted to counter the narrative of what we had seen, the image of our city from last weekend and through the week. And up until 2 p.m., it was largely that. In fact, until close to 4 o'clock, it was largely peaceful. We didn't see any problems. We didn't see anyone detained. That quickly changed about 3:45 when we saw police on horseback move in. We saw lines across streets, and we saw one person being detained. And shortly after is where we began to see the conflict happen once again on the streets of Los Angeles.
And as we're showing you a live picture from Air 7, it's important to note, too, that there are not nearly as many people now as there were earlier this morning in that area, but at least 2,000 communities had protests planned across the nation for No Kings Day. We saw, of course, protests in downtown LA. We saw them in West Hollywood, Riverside, Long Beach, Studio City, Santa Clarita, just to name a few of them. And those protests were supposed to end at around 2 p.m. It's hard to tell if these protesters were the ones who were here all day, or if they were part of the rallies, some of those rallies that were scheduled for downtown LA tonight as well.
Yeah, a lot of people have headed home. We had our Annabelle Munoz on the ground marching with those demonstrators as they made their way from City Hall down to Pershing Square, then over to Figueroa, just off the 110 freeway. There was some concern that demonstrators would make their way onto the freeway. That did not happen. They went back north towards City Hall again and basically looped back around. Once that happened, there was a large crowd outside City Hall, but nothing like what we saw at the initial point this morning, 10, 11 o'clock, when this demonstration happened. As they gathered outside City Hall, we began to see little groups break off down Spring Street heading towards the 101 freeway. CHP has been posted there. They do not want to see a repeat of what happened last weekend when demonstrators made their way onto the 101 freeway, shut things down in both directions, and wound up inflicting a lot of damage both to the roadway itself and to several CHP vehicles which were parked on the 101 to deal with the demonstrators who had made their way there. So that was blocked. There was no ingress to get onto the freeway surface as well. In fact, we've seen local law enforcement making sure that the overpasses were cleared of people on foot as well. They didn't want to see the potential of that happening again, damage to the roadway below as well. But now we have seen this is splintered off once again on the, I guess, north side where Tim Caputo is. Things are largely peaceful. He said music was playing, kind of calmed things down. We saw a couple people taken into custody. But on the other side, on the south side where we are looking right now from Air 7, tensions are rising. LAPD said they came under fire from rocks and bricks and bottles once again. And it was at that point that they put in the dispersal order. And we see where this is headed now.
And we're showing you this live picture right now. And just a few minutes ago, there was smoke there. There were flashbangs. So much going on in that area. It does appear as though it's calmed down just a little bit. And we want to show you ABC's Matt Gutman, who was also in downtown LA near the Federal Building. He filed this report for us just a short time ago.
We saw the mounted police come in. There was a police barricade just over the 101. We don't know what the catalyst was. It just started, and it was very, very quick. It's incredible how quickly those mounted police can move back a crowd. You feel the power of those horses, and the officers on top of them wielding, batons that are good 4 or 5 feet long. And it moved protesters back quickly. Some people didn't get the chance to move back. They did get trampled or pushed physically by those horses. And I don't yet know what the catalyst was. Clearly, at some point, the LAPD declared this an unlawful assembly. We did not hear that. I don't think many members of the crowd heard that either. And then they moved in with incredible swiftness. I haven't seen them move this quickly in the 8 days that we've been out here in the streets. Something happened, though. I don't know what that trigger was, but that was the fastest that I've seen them clear a crowd, at least since we started. And we're before curfew. This is not a curfew move. This was an effort to clear the crowd. I would say that we haven't seen anything like this, certainly since the events on Sunday and maybe a little bit on Monday. You can see, I don't know if you can see some of the, I'm going to have Greg sort of zoom into those officers who are kneeling. Either they're reloading or preparing for another move. But you can see all these officers with these launchers on them. The launchers that have the green, there's another sound grenade going off. I don't know if that may have been a firecracker here. Officers appear to be gearing up. Again, what they're doing is cleaning off their gas masks. So we've seen flashbangs go off. I think that's another flashbang. Yep, that's the LA Sheriff's Department right up there on that bridge. I don't know. You can see them talking to those flashbangs, those sound grenades moving people off. That looks like a smoke bomb. And you can see people scurrying away right there. That's the Sheriff's Department moving in across the bridge, trying to clear it. You're probably going to see some of those people right over this pavilion over here. I assume that in the next couple of minutes, we're going to see the LAPD continue to move here. There's some more flashbangs. But it does appear that they're taking off their helmets and gas masks.
Yeah, you could hear the flashbangs in that video, and now we're seeing some smoke. It looks like it's coming out of a car at this point. It appears as though there's a canister under that vehicle, but again, canisters in the middle of the street as well. We've seen smoke a little bit throughout the last 30 minutes or so, and we've again heard those flashbangs, those sound grenades. We saw some people earlier kind of recovering from some tear gas. So an ongoing situation happening here in downtown LA after what was a day of very peaceful protests. Yeah,
it's really a shame because this kind of felt like it was going to be a day to counter that narrative that LA is a violent home to a violent demonstration going on, and this again, the tone of this day has shifted completely. We're seeing those canisters be lobbed into the crowd, and some members of the crowd throwing them back towards authorities. I can't see what jurisdiction is here, which law enforcement, whether that was sheriffs. I think I see some tan. I think that's sheriffs. Yep, those are the sheriffs on the ground there. And so with the mounted patrol. That mounted patrol is what we saw last weekend when the demonstrators were using furniture from Grand Park, tables and chairs and benches, and kind of barricading themselves in the roadway. It happened close to this area right here. I believe it might have been on Aliso or Temple, and then moved to Spring Street right outside City Hall. And both times the mounted officers moved in, dispersed the crowd pretty quickly. And so we see those deputies on horseback ready to once again do that, or if that's the LAPD patrol, ready to do that if needed. We are seeing minor skirmishes here, confrontations between law enforcement and demonstrators who are not ready to go home after a day of demonstration in downtown Los Angeles. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets. Let's go back to Tim Caputo, where I think something's going on there. Tim.
Yeah, we as we moved over, give me a second. As we moved over to Temple and Spring Street. We walked over the overpass, and just as we got to this intersection, come face this way for a second, we were looking up Main Street from the opposite side of the 101, and that's when we saw those flashbangs going off, and we assumed some of the confrontations and issues with the crowd were coming on this side. But what ended up happening is just we got to this intersection here, you see them in the street. I believe it's the Sheriff's Department, but about a half a dozen tear gas canisters were fired into this intersection, and it's tough to breathe in it, it's tough to talk in it, and certainly it gets in your eyes and burns like hell. It did successfully move the crowd that was at this intersection. Oh, heads up, they're throwing here. As the Sheriff's Department is driving a vehicle down the street. Yeah, give me 1 second, brother. So they were throwing some water bottles at that Sheriff's Department. You see it again. They're throwing some water bottles at that cruiser there. I don't see any kind of pushback. Well, there it is. There's the pushback. A flashbang fired above the crowd into the tree there. There goes another one. As the crowd got closer, they're shooting them up into the air above the crowd to try to get them to push back a little bit. You know, that's what's happening on this side as the crowd was getting closer. It's kind of interesting because I know they want to disperse the crowd. And we're talking about City Hall is right next to us here. But at this intersection behind me at Spring and Temple, they fired a half a dozen, 15, I don't even know. I couldn't count how many. The entire intersection was filled with smoke as that tear gas was kind of emanating through the crowd. And I'll tell you what, it not only clears your sinuses, but it cleared the crowd all the way up the street. Here's the thing. They haven't gone. They just left this intersection. So at the moment, we still have a back and forth down the street here. And that one was obviously initiated by the water bottles being thrown at that Sheriff's Department SUV that was coming down the street. 3 or 4 flashbangs pushed the crowd back just a tiny bit. Obviously, they didn't leave that exact area. But this area here, you got to kind of keep your head on a swivel as they were firing tear gas over here to try to essentially, try to push this crowd back a little bit. Well, let's walk up a little bit, guys. I just want to show you, because they're kind of like smoke bombs, if you will, if you ever played with them as a kid, but obviously infinitely crummier because it gets in your eyes. You see them on the ground here. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all in the ground here at this intersection, and they were fired in here. I'm not going to grab this one because I don't want any residual on me, but this is essentially what was fired here, and then they shoot that gas out in the immediate vicinity. And I can tell you, we were just on the other side, and it goes everywhere, gets in your eyes, in your nose. Obviously a successful tactic when it comes to trying to push back the crowd. Whether or not they push them back far enough to be gone from the area, that's clearly not happening as we're looking down Temple Street towards Main Street, as you see those huge tactical vehicles and law enforcement on that side with the crowd still filling the street from above, going back and forth. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. We're going to walk down a little bit closer to that.
Yeah, okay. Well, just as always, Tim, stay safe. We appreciate you putting your body on the line, you and Will, your photographer. Any reporter who's worked in this business long enough will experience some tear gas at times to time, and it is not comfortable, and we appreciate Tim doing that. That is on Spring and Temple. On the far side of City Hall, on the other side, is where Alex Stone from ABC has been reporting now for some time. Let's go to him now and see what the latest is on the flip side of City Hall going on right now. Alex.
Hey, Jory, so what we're seeing is in front of the other side of City Hall, these protesters keep moving up, and you can see this crowd that's here right now where they get moved back by the smoke and by less lethal munitions coming from mainly the Sheriff's Department, but from the LAPD as well. They get moved back, and then they move right back up again, and it's very predictable as they move back up. Then the Sheriff's Department fires off the smoke again, and they all move back, and then they move up again. So we're in kind of this chunk between City Hall and down to Temple where the crowds try to move in. They get pushed back by the Sheriff's Department. You may see it here in a moment again. There are protesters who are beginning to move in again. And then the Sheriff's Department fires off. Here we go. Here comes another one right now. You're going to see the smoke is now coming up into the crowd on the other side of this flag to our left. And now the crowd is beginning to run back again as the Sheriff's Department is firing off the gas there. So, guys, this just continues on. This crowd on my side here is now moving up. They're going to get hit by gas in a moment, and then they will get moved back as well. This is going to be a long night here. It is kind of this repeated back and forth. At what point do they? Okay, they're moving into our area now. At what point do they move this whole crowd down the street toward LAPD headquarters to get them out of here is not clear, but you can see they are now moving out our area. We're going to move back a little bit as this gas, it burns when it hits, as you were talking about just a moment ago, but they're trying to get this crowd. Some members are kicking the gas canisters back. The LAPD is firing off pepper balls right now on this side that are landing right at our feet. Those will burst open with pepper spray. Guys, we're going to go back to you. We're moving out of this area right now.
Okay. You too, Alex, stay safe. And as we can hear those protesters shouting, they're saying peaceful protest, and in their minds, this might be a peaceful protest, but what's happening is in other parts of downtown, it is not remaining peaceful. So all of law enforcement gives a dispersal order, and it doesn't matter whether the location where you are at that moment is peaceful or not. You have to get out of there. And so law enforcement, it's a moot point at that point, whether your particular group is remaining peaceful or not. They're not being peaceful other places, and so law enforcement needs to make sure that they're safe and clear everybody out.
And LAPD has already confirmed that they've had officers have rocks, bottles, and bricks thrown at them. So we know that this has taken a turn after a day of what we've seen of peaceful protesting. And you're looking at a live picture from Air 7 right now. We want to toss it to Marcel Melanson, who is in Air 7, capturing it all live for us right now. Marcel, what can you see from your vantage point?
Hey, Jory and Sophie, we've had the best vantage point all day. I've been here since 9, and like we've all talked about, there was probably 100,000 people here, and it was a peaceful protest all morning. And then something changed around 4 o'clock, where the posture of the sheriffs and the LAPD just kind of moved to, let's get these people out of here. And that's when we started seeing the flashbangs, the smoke grenades happening. And so you're seeing a number of intersections around here where this standoff is occurring. This one right here on the backside of City Hall, you have LA Sheriff's deputies that have been in a constant confrontation with the protesters, where they're launching smoke grenades and actually flashbangs into the crowd. And it's kind of a push and pull, give and take. They push them back and then they run back. And you're seeing a lot of, I've actually seen some of these protesters with devices where they actually quell the smoke grenades into like a sack with water in it. It's been pretty interesting to see that some of them are well prepared to combat the police force that's here.
Yeah, we see more explosions going off. We see demonstrators grabbing those smoke grenades and throwing them back from where they came. This is the backside of City Hall, as you said, Marcel. This is where Alex Stone had been reporting. Are you? This seems to be one of the hot spots of the confrontation today. Are you able to see from your vantage point, is anything else playing out that we should be paying attention to right now?
From up here, and I'll give you a quick peek, this is the front side of City Hall, where you see a number of protesters that are still here. They haven't moved. They're kind of in a standoff with the sheriffs that are holding at the front of that building. We've seen the front of the federal building where the National Guard is in place. I have not seen them encounter any protesters or get any type of confrontations. They've just been holding that line. Where we've been, the hot point for most of the week was the Federal Detention Center back here. I'll give you a quick look there. That's where the Marines have been set up. We've seen that LAPD, this is one of the initial places that they cleared Alameda Street, and you'll see a long line of LAPD motorcycles that they're using to block the street there. So they're actually taking Alameda to take it out of play and make sure that there's no protesters there. And then we'll come and go back to the 101 freeway, where a big problem on the 101 was the worry that protesters would enter the 101 and disrupt traffic. And you see a large contingency of CHP that has prevented that from happening. And also Sheriff's Mounted Patrol was here earlier, just pushing everybody off or anywhere near the 101 freeway to prevent that from being closed. And you can see that just remains open. There's been no problems with traffic there. And the one little hot spot that I would say, or the one little diversionary spot, is back where we were just looking at on the front side of City Hall. That's where we see protesters basically in a conflict with the law enforcement right now. Other than that, everywhere else is pretty peaceful.
Left of your screen is Tim Caputo's live shot, which is basically the same spot that you are looking at. I'm not sure if Tim is ready to talk, but we'll just continue to keep an eye. We'll continue to keep an eye on this. There is Tim. Can you update us on what you're seeing from that vantage point? Looks like you're still dealing with some of the effects of the smoke, gas.
Yeah, I mean, not as bad as before, certainly, but what's happening, you can see kind of there's a flashbang there, but they've shot some of the tear gas onto the side, and what's happening here where we're standing on Main, it's kind of coming up the street and working its way into everyone's eyes and everyone's mouths from here. And look at it. I mean, that's what you're seeing right there when it comes to the smoke that close to the crowd. Off to the left is the vast majority of the sheriff's deputies that are kind of having this conflict with these people. Clearly, there has been this back and forth where they're not only trying to push the crowd back, but there are obviously agitators in the crowd, because we'll occasionally see whether it's a water bottle or other some kind of projectile going towards those sheriff's deputies. What you do see, and you can tell the difference as you're watching it this close, is in the air you'll see those flashbangs. They go off 10, 30, 40 feet above the crowd. Obviously, the tear gas lands on the crowd and then the smoke comes up. But check this out. As they're pushing back the crowd in this direction, look what's coming down the street on Temple. Now, we were up at Spring Street, and that's where we got that tear gas a little bit earlier. The crowd had dispersed up there when they initially fired the tear gas. But what's happened is, as the sheriff's department has moved back this crowd in this direction, everyone else is coming up this side. It's going to be an interesting standoff from this perspective, because on this side of Temple Street, obviously you have the tactical officers, deputies rather, blocking this intersection, and you even see mounted behind them, Will, if you want to point kind of back there to show the horses. They haven't been engaged at this point. What you're seeing off to the side there is underneath the building. Here comes a flashbang. Oh, sorry. That's a tear gas into the crowd. Very close to folks. It burns your eyes. And you're obviously seeing them trying to push the crowd back. But because the sheriff's deputy are on this side of Main, both here on Temple and against the building, what's happening is the crowd has been able to filter in down Temple Street and on this sidewalk on this side of the street. So what was a fairly quiet, here comes another one, a fairly quiet half of the street has now been completely packed with people. Why don't we move from here as tear gas is coming our direction once again. This one again. So here you go. Just as I was describing it, right, as the crowd was coming down Temple Street, the sheriff's deputies realized they had to push this crowd back as well. So in order to do that so it wasn't packed from this direction, here comes a couple flashbangs in our direction. They're putting some of the tear gas in this direction and flashbangs in this direction to get people back up Temple Street. Take a couple steps this way for me. So we're going to get to the corner here as these flashbangs are getting dangerously close to us. So we have both the good vantage point and a safe distance from everything else. We'll come out of the street over here for a second. We're going to stand behind some of these cars on the other side just so we see everything that's going on. But what's happened is, as they tried to push this crowd back, you see now they're gathering up here on Temple Street. So you have easily a couple thousand people almost waiting in the wings, and sheriff's deputies trying to hold them off from both sides from entering the street with flashbangs and gas canisters, both on this side and the far side of Main Street. Obviously, this is the brunt of the action. Where we were over on the other side was quiet, and there were a lot of people there. This is the exact opposite. It's been popping off at least for the last 20, 30 minutes or so. Oh, shoot. No, they just dropped some stuff and they're moving back. So we'll send it back to you guys. We get our bearings here.
Okay, Tim, stay safe. Thank you for that reporting on the ground there. We want to give you an update too. LAPD recommending people stay away from the Civic Center area. They are reporting that fireworks are being thrown at officers. Again, that is from LAPD. A reminder that a dispersal order was issued just before 4 p.m. for persons on Alameda, south of Aliso and north of Temple Street. So that dispersal order, again, given just about 2 hours ago now, with fireworks being thrown at officers.
Right, and that order was given after demonstrators were throwing bricks and rocks and bottles at those officers. There's a very short leash today on what demonstrators could get away with, and it had been going great until, as we said, just before 4 o'clock, and that happened, and we see a much different situation here, a disappointing scene playing out on this Saturday of what had been peaceful protests, clearly not peaceful any longer. We have the governor of California who earlier today was pleading with Los Angeles, with the demonstrators, saying you don't have to match the chaos, choose calm, choose peace. And of course, it's not just Los Angeles, of course. There were dozens, literal dozens of demonstrations statewide. There were more than 3 dozen here in Southern California, and you look at what's happening in the Central Valley, Northern California as well. So he was talking to the state, but here we are at 5:30 on this Saturday, and this has now devolved once again into a confrontation with the sheriff's department and police, demonstrators turning violent, and the law enforcement looking to clear the area. And we see the effects of what happened here. We want to bring in our law enforcement expert, Bruce Thomas, who helped us out last weekend amid the violence that was playing out. And Bruce, here we go again. What have you noticed?
you had a very orderly, very peaceful protest with possibly upwards of 100,000 people. And as that protest wound down, you have some bad actors, some anarchists that have come in with backpacks filled with concrete, bottles filled with urine, just fireworks, other things to throw at the police and agitate them. And so what we've had now was a dispersal order given, basically saying, okay, we're done playing. Everybody needs to go home now. It's become so unsafe.
Bruce, we know that these protests were pre-planned. So we expected so many people to head to downtown. And of course, we were hoping that it would remain peaceful throughout the day. That is what we saw for a majority of the day. But law enforcement appeared to be ready in case something took a turn. In terms of what you've seen, the number of law enforcement on the ground, do you think that they were prepared and are prepared in case this continues to take that turn that we've seen now?
Oh, I think they're definitely prepared. For the Sheriff's Department, you've had mobile field forces. For LAPD, the same. You've had the motorcycle officers. And, of course, both departments have deployed their mounted units. So they're definitely prepared for this. But you've got a huge crowd, which is very unruly, throwing stuff at the police and possibly injuring some. So at this point, they're not playing nice anymore. Throwing flashbangs, stun ball grenades, that type of thing to get people to move out.
And we saw last weekend, Bruce, thousands of those pepper balls and flashbangs and law enforcement doing whatever they can to the point where they were beginning to run out of supplies on the streets of Los Angeles. We have seen some direct confrontations. Given that there was a curfew looming just about 2.5 hours from now, what do you see as how this is going to play out tonight? At what point do the Sheriff's Department and the LAPD move in full force to clear the entire area? Are they going to wait until the curfew is in order to clear these crowds? Or if things continue to play like this, are they going to move in a way that we didn't even see last weekend?
Yeah, Jory, that's a great question. You've got curfew occurring in about 2.5 hours or so. They're not going to wait till curfew or basically shutting down the downtown area. To move that type of crowd with that many people, you've got to start now. So I fully suspect you're going to see both LAPD and the sheriffs and any other mutual agencies that have responded to be a little more proactive, pushing these people out of that area.
Bruce, thank you so much for your time. We're going to get back to you, but we want to go straight to Matt Gutman, who is live on the ground outside of City Hall. Matt, what are you seeing?
Hey, Sophie, I'll give you a lay of the land right now. So City Hall, just to my right, and you can see LAPD protecting it. They've got that lineup, officers there, also on the other side. And this is that park just to the north of the Federal Building. And right now you can see that the sheriffs are pretty relaxed, but there was this very significant skirmish here for the past, 45 minutes. Folks like this young man engaged in whatever it was with law enforcement, somebody trying to come out now. This appears to be one of those smoke grenades that was used by law enforcement. It puts out this green smoke. And the amount of ordnance that they use, the amount of less lethal, is littered on the street here. You can see sort of all of this detritus and debris from it. All these marks on the ground, that's those smoke bombs or those smoke bombs going off. They used a tremendous amount of less lethal. There are pieces of rubber on the street as well. The protesters have sort of moved away right now. We've been watching, I'm actually going to take the mask off. We've been watching the LAPD and the sheriffs sort of move people off, but it seems like there have been these skirmishes just for skirmishes' sake. I don't know if there's any direction in this crowd at this point. I don't know if there's any leadership or organization. Right now it seems extraordinarily chaotic, a very far cry from what we saw earlier today, where the crowds were moving in unison, chanting with the placards and a message. It seems that it's different right now. And you've seen all these different kinds of sort of personal defenses that people have built. They use boogie boards, and they have got helmets and respirators to try to clash with law enforcement here. And right now it definitely does seem to be a lull, but you can see this skirmish line from the Sheriff's Department right here. They are in full riot gear with respirators and gas masks on right now. It gives you a sense of the intensity. And I think in the distance,
you can hear more skirmishes. I'm not sure where that is. And right behind us, another line of LAPD. There are probably at least 1,000 officers in the streets right now. That's what Chief McDonald told me earlier this week, in the sense of how many forces they're deploying. And right now, it definitely seems like a lull. But we were on, I guess it was Temple earlier when this started, and we did not see protesters throw projectiles at police. It seemed like the LAPD initiated moving the crowd back with those mounted police, and that's when we saw some protesters begin to throw projectiles, bottles, using sticks against those mounted officers, and that's when it got really ugly, and it's been like that for the past, I guess, 90 minutes or so, Sophie.
Yeah, Matt, we've been working to see where that began as well, because we saw the law enforcement move in, the dispersal order given, but we hadn't seen anything. The LAPD says they came under attack. Yeah, go ahead. You didn't see that either.
Jory, we were standing right there at the skirmish line with the protesters. Taunting, yes. Shouting, yes. But we saw no physical interaction between protesters and the LAPD on that skirmish line just off the 101. Nor did we see any physical interaction between protesters and federal forces, the Department of Homeland Security, law enforcement agents, California National Guard, or the Marines at the federal building, which is just over my right shoulder. So at no point do we see today's protest personally get violent before police move in, nor did we hear a dispersal order. We did not hear them say at any point on a bullhorn or otherwise that this was an unlawful assembly and people should vacate. And may have been said elsewhere. We personally, my team at ABC, did not hear that. So that was nebulous today, and I think it was different than in previous days when law enforcement, specifically the LAPD, was very declarative, very assertive about unlawful assembly, ordering people out, giving them a warning, giving them 5 extra minutes, and then moving in. You know, in the past days, it's been very clear what the parameters were. It was very clear when they were going to move in. Today, it came very much as a surprise during Sophie.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Matt Gutman, thank you. You said they're in a lull. We like the lulls. Let's hope it continues into the night. And again, questions to be answered, where this began, where it was that those LAPD officers came under fire from those bricks and rocks and the bottles that they say started this dispersal order.
But we did see some law enforcement on the move from Tim Caputo's camera. We also saw some of those mounted officers. Tim, what are you seeing from your vantage point right now?
Well, you guys talked about things getting accelerated fairly quickly. This is a situation where we saw LAPD move up the street, and you could see the line of LAPD officers here. And check it out, mounted not far behind them. They moved up to the intersection of Temple and Main itself. Main was where we saw those flashbangs, where we saw that tear gas a short time ago as the crowd was starting to make its way down Temple Street. Look at the stark contrast of it right now. You see up at the top of the street there at Spring Street, it is full of LAPD officers as well. This is kind of the tactic that they were using when it came to showing an abundance of officers out here. They came out here in numbers as officers with LAPD were flanked alongside the Sheriff's Department as well. The Sheriff's Department were the ones that would go back and forth with this crowd with the flashbangs and tear gas. And just in the last 15 minutes or so, that's when LAPD moved up the street from Aliso to Temple Street, and they have been able to move this crowd back at least from this intersection. We saw them completely packed from here all the way up to the top of the street. We got tear gas at both intersections. Right now, it is full of LAPD and Sheriff's Department. Whether or not they are going to move farther up the street and continue to disperse this crowd remains to be seen, but they assembled very quickly here. There were a handful of officers that were just about halfway up the block near Aliso Street, and then all of a sudden, they came up shoulder to shoulder up the street, and you hear them giving the dispersal order as they moved up the street, and boy, did that crowd disperse. They moved out of here and up the street. They didn't even have to use tear gas or any kind of flashbangs. It's just all of these officers in their tactical gear. You may see a couple flags, a couple lingering people in in the area, maybe 20, 30, 40 people at this point. It was thousands 30, 35 minutes ago. So obviously this tactic of all of these officers coming out here to try to clear the streets has worked. It doesn't mean the crowd is gone. Obviously they are moving farther back, but I can tell you just from listening, I haven't heard a flashbang in the last 10, 15 minutes. I haven't heard any of those tear gas canisters go off. So it seems to be working. Obviously, we have several more hours until we hit curfew, and there are a lot of people out on the street. Just exactly how CHP, the Sheriff's Department, and LAPD kind of tackles that issue when it comes to arresting and detaining those people who are out after curfew remains to be seen. There have been several hundred people over the last several nights who are out 8:15, 8:30 that were easily taken into custody. Not as easy when you have 5,000, 10,000 people lingering in the streets. Hopefully, this is a sign of things to come as police officers show the power of numbers by coming out here and getting the crowd to move on.
Right hand of your screen there, officers moving protesters. And Tim, is it clear to you where these officers are trying to move these protesters, or is the message just go home? It's time to go home today as that curfew approaches.
So I'm thinking back to Sunday night when we were out here, right? I mean, obviously the big thing that they pay attention to, especially CHP, is to ensure people don't get onto the 101. We saw that way earlier this afternoon when they moved that line of CHP to the other side of the 101. On this side, obviously, there's a whole big city on the opposite side of where we're standing. And typically what we've seen over the last week, essentially every night, is as they fill, police officers and sheriff's deputies fill every intersection with officers, with the mounted patrol, with the tactical vehicles, the crowd gets smaller and smaller. They disperse and they kind of move around. So it's not one centralized group, which makes it a little bit easier. And here we go, right on cue. They are moving up Main Street as we speak. You see LAPD working its way up the street. Will, come off that bench for a second. Take an easy step there. I just want to show you as they're going, because if you look past these officers, don't go too far on the street. Horses right there. So if you look beyond the officers down the street, you could start to see the semblance of some of the flags another block up. And you ask, perfect question and perfect timing for that. As they're moving up the street, they are systematically moving them from City Hall and out farther into the city. The hope there, to a large degree, obviously, is as the crowd moves back, some people tail off, some people decide it's time to go home, some people just get out of Dodge, and they have a smaller crowd to deal with. So when 8 o'clock and curfew finally rolls around, it is a manageable crowd, and hopefully everyone is gone so they don't have to make mass amounts of arrests for folks breaking curfew.
Yeah, we will see how this plays out. Tim, thank you. We hope that calm prevails here moving into the night. A couple big events happening around Los Angeles. There is a big CONCACAF Gold Cup match happening at, I believe, in Inglewood, and there is a Dodger game tonight. And in fact, let's go back up to Air 7. Marcel Melanson, our up in Air 7 photographer up there, also has to deal with a flight restriction that might be put into place this evening because of the Dodger game. So first, Marcel, what are you seeing from your vantage point as we see officers now moving in once again?
Well, this was the site of that last conflict where the smoke bombs were going off and the flashbangs. What they've done is LAPD and both sheriffs basically reinforced their lines. We saw a number of officers show up to help those officers that were holding the intersection, including this mounted patrol. Now they've come in and they're just pushing this crowd back beyond City Hall. They're going southbound right now. And this was where before there were basically a number of protesters that were in conflict and they were agitating the police or coming in conflict with the police. And now with the people that they've got to support them, they had some more police come, they're able to push them back, and they're not really getting any type of resistance from there. What I will show you is City Hall, in front of City Hall, still has a number of people there. Now, we're listening to the police on the radio. They're also trying to do this same maneuver in front of City Hall. They're coming in from the north to the south, and we're starting to see some of this crowd disperse to the south as well. So basically, you think about strategy and tactics. They're coming in, they're going to move people away to the south and hope they disperse and kettle them to the point where they're giving them a way out, but they're going to stop these conflicts in these areas. And you're right, Jory, 6:10 is when the Dodgers game starts. That's when a temporary flight restriction happens, and that's when the news helicopters and all the helicopters over LA will have to push out for that game.
Marcel, I'm wondering if we can just thank you for that report. If we can dip into Matt Gutman's camera. He is live on the ground, and as officers on horseback move in. We just saw a couple people, I think, get knocked over by the horses as they are moving in to try and clear this crowd out. It sounds as if someone has been affected by some tear gas in the area, but these officers continue to move in. This is what our reporters on the ground have been seeing all afternoon now from different locations around the City Hall area. Tim Caputo initially was on the other side of the 101 freeway where officers from CHP had actually moved in to keep people off the overpass and from affecting the 101 freeway. This is now on the south side of the 101 freeway in downtown around City Hall. Officers moving in. We've seen tear gas and now on horseback clear these crowds.
And all throughout the day, we've shown you No King's Day protests. Of course, a massive one in downtown LA, but we've seen them in Santa Monica. And we want to go to Riverside now, where that's where we find our Eyewitness News reporter, Rob McMillan, who is live on the ground at a protest again in Riverside. Rob, you know, a lot going on in downtown LA, but what are you seeing over there in Riverside?
Well, this protest here just starting to take off, unlike the situation in downtown Los Angeles where that massive No King's Day protest started around 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning. This protest just starting around 5:30 tonight. And at first, they were all gathered around one of the main intersections here in Riverside. And what they would do is just standing on the sidewalks, wait till the crossing lights would go. It was one of those intersections where it's a diagonal crosswalk, and that's when they would move into the street and, you know, waving their signs, not blocking any traffic. But now, as you can see, they have moved into the street. They're walking down one of these small streets here in downtown Riverside, right in front of Riverside City Hall. I just checked with the Riverside Police Department, and they say at this point there are no signs of any violence, but a very, very large crowd. For those who have not been following this situation locally here in Riverside, there was a protest yesterday that they were actually a little bit more concerned about because it was just so organic. That was an anti-ICE protest. Only about 200 people showed up, although there was a counter-protester who showed up at that one and said something to agitate the crowd and then actually led police on a small pursuit, and they found a weapon in his vehicle. He was arrested, and it's unclear whether or what the intentions were with that weapon. But this protest, obviously much larger, hundreds, if not thousands of people here marching now in downtown Riverside. Again, the police department saying at this point there's no sign of violence. Obviously, they moved into the street, and so they're blocking traffic. But right now, they are continuing to monitor the situation through the city camera system. I understand they have drones overhead. We have talked to several of the people here. The three people who I talked with so far, two from Riverside, one from Jurupa Valley nearby, very concerned about some of the ICE raids that we've all witnessed in Southern California over the past week or so. Also, this being the theme of No Kings, we see the sign here. A lot of them very upset by their perception that this administration has authoritarian tendencies. Again, that's their perception, but one they feel very strongly about. Live in Riverside, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, our Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan on the ground there in Riverside where things remain peaceful. Let's hope it remains that way there, because it is not the case in Los Angeles, in downtown, where things, once again, tensions are rising, confrontations are happening, and we go back to Tim Caputo live on the ground. We can see on the right side, that is his picture right now. Tim.
Guys, it is like a firing squad here. If you look, actually, those blue, Will, to the left here, you could see they keep reloading those non-lethal rounds right here in front of you. There's a dozen in her hands right there, and you could hear them firing into that crowd right in front of City Hall, right here on Spring Street. Check it out over here. I just want to show you from this angle here, because it is a barrage, one after another, of these LAPD officers firing these non-lethal kind of blue. They're like foam. They don't shoot rubber bullets anymore, but essentially foam non-lethal bullets into the crowd here. We actually spoke with a young man a short time ago who was hitting the collarbone by one of those. Listen, they don't necessarily break the skin, but we did see last week we were in Compton, a guy who got hit like 3 or 4 times, had huge welts and was bleeding at least from one of them. And what you're seeing now, check out to the right here too. Look at this show of force. There are so many LAPD officers at this intersection here. We showed you a little bit earlier what was happening up the street as they moved the crowd back, and what you're seeing right here is this line of officers trying to get this crowd that is packed in front of the steps of City Hall at least to move back or move out of the area. There is, come back this way too, this is unbelievable. There are 25, 30 different LAPD officers standing in that line right here, and what they're doing is you see the box there. They keep reloading essentially with those non-lethal beanbags. They're not beanbags, rather. They are foam bullets and firing into the crowd. There is a line of these officers right here on Spring Street at the top of Temple. And to the left, there are a lot of people just still standing there. And I can tell you, just based on the people that we've spoken to who have been hit by those non-lethal, they pack a punch. They're obviously going to leave a big bruise and a big mark, and they are firing them right into the crowd to try to get them to move back. Obviously, different tactics we've seen from the sheriff's department down the street over on Main, who for a while were shooting the tear gas and shooting those flashbangs above the crowd to try to get them to move back. And here comes LAPD coming up this street here. We're kind of in the bushes at the moment, so we should be okay. As they're firing down, sorry guys, I'm just going to get my bearings real quick. As LAPD is moving the line a little bit. Yep, we'll take a step back. Taking heat from these officers as well to make sure we're in a safe spot as they continue to move. Check to my right here. And we'll come to the right here real quick as they're moving down the street. Watch your step, guys. You're walking backwards. As they're moving. Move. Obviously, a handful of protesters being asked to move, and in other cases being forced to move out of the area. This is a confrontation here with one individual who has been hanging out on Temple Street and kind of mocking and yelling at both deputies and LAPD officers for quite some time. They got him out of the way, but as we're standing, it sounds like there are some sort of motorcycles or mopeds kind of burning out in the street in front of City Hall. This is what we're dealing with, as we have this line of LAPD officers continuing to fire those non-lethal rounds right into the crowd. But I can tell you guys, from my vantage point, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily moving the crowd farther back as they continue to fire into the crowd. It's whether or not they're able to actually get them to move farther up the street or up into the park and up the hill remains to be seen. But if you're wondering if LAPD brought enough officers out here to deal with this crowd, I could tell you just from this intersection alone and the number of these non-lethal rounds we've seen and heard fired into the crowd, it seems like they came prepared.
Thank you, and stay safe. Thanks for that reporting on the ground. We want to stay with your picture, but we want to bring in law enforcement expert Bruce Thomas. Bruce, some of these images that we have seen include a lot of law enforcement and multiple rounds of non-lethal rubber bullets, foam bullets, as Tim was saying. What do you make of the situation that you see right now? Because it does appear as though it has escalated since we last spoke with you.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. It definitely has escalated into a huge confrontation. LAPD and sheriffs with their skirmish lines are trying to move the crowd. They're not moving, so they're using their less lethal weaponry to move the crowd. Eventually, they'll bring in the horses to move them and possibly bring in the motor units that I know are staged further down by the federal building. But, yeah, it's definitely at a tipping point.
For so many people to show up for this peaceful protest today. Again, as we've mentioned, this has taken a turn. But we also know that there are National Guard troops. There are Marines in the ground in our city as well. Just for our viewers, just because there is a distinction here, can you talk to us a little bit about what those federal agents' job is and what our local law enforcement's job is today?
Yeah, what you're seeing is, and what everybody recognizes, is LAPD. They're in the black, the dark navy blue uniforms, if you will. They're being supported under mutual aid by the LA County Sheriff's Department, which has brought in some of their mobile field forces. The National Guard and the Federal Protective Police are tasked with protecting the federal properties, i.e. the Metropolitan Detention Center, the federal building downtown, and the federal building in Westwood on Wilshire Boulevard. Then you have the Marines, which are backing up the National Guard. Both agencies, National Guard and Marines, typically, and they shouldn't be on the streets of L.A. patrolling or doing crowd control. They're basically force protection units.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, what we see on the ground right now from Tim Caputo shot, we see those officers in the black. That's LAPD. That's who has now reloaded those non-lethal rounds, and we also saw sheriffs right behind them as well.
Yeah, you see the officers are directing people to leave. to disperse, to get out of the street. And that's when they want to do this now rather than wait to curfew and possibly try to do this under the cover of darkness.
Bruce, you have a long history of working in law enforcement, almost 3 decades with the LA County Sheriff's Department. I do want to ask you a question based on something our viewers might have caught here in a little bit. We saw our Matt Gutman of ABC News, his camera. He was being pushed back by some of the officers, and there's been kind of a fine line that officers and Sheriff's Department officials have walked in terms of dealing with members of the media. This is a precarious situation. There is a lot of media out there, some of them with TV, a lot of print, a lot of still photographers who are right up on the front lines there. How, I'm sure every situation is different, but how tough is it when you're out there and you have kind of unmarked reporters just in plain clothes, T-shirts, not wearing a suit and tie like we sometimes are in this field, dealing with that situation of media in your face and on the streets when you're trying to control a crowd like this?
Yeah, Jory, it's a great question. It's a real tough challenge for law enforcement. Media typically, like you said, they have a manner of dress. In a situation like this, they're more casual. We would like to see some sort of maybe tactical vest, traffic control vest that says press, says media on it. We've seen it in some of the, for lack of a better word, the war zones that we've seen, where reporters are there. Also, we understand they have a job to do. Sometimes they do get in the way of it because they want to get the live shot or the money shot or the report right from the action. And that's where it becomes a problem for law enforcement.
We want to go back to Tim Caputo. Bruce, thank you so much for your time. But on the left side of your screen is you're seeing Tim Caputo's live picture there. He was just told to put on his mask. That is from law enforcement.
Tim, you can see those officers doing that as well behind him.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Tim.
Yeah, real quick, guys, because I just want to give you a sense of what's happening here as you see this huge kind of staging area here at the top of Temple and Spring Street, even with the tactical officers and deputies up on the trucks there. We were just told a short time ago by a nice officer who let us know, go ahead and put your mask on if you have one.
Car insurance.
As they were shooting those non-lethal rounds into the crowd, they are now taking a different tactic by the Sheriff's Department, something we saw down on Main Street itself. The LAPD, which had lined up on the street here shooting those non-lethal rounds into the crowd, have now been replaced by the LA County Sheriff's Department, and we know from what we've seen this afternoon, it is a bit of a different tactic. Take a step back here, hold on. That they are using the tear gas to shoot into the crowd. Not to say that the non-lethal rounds weren't effective, but I could tell you from the 2 times we were hit from it, that gas certainly works. And the tear gas itself likely going to be shot into this crowd in front of the steps of City Hall. Show to the left here a little bit so you get a sense of where we are. Obviously, you have law enforcement in front of the steps of City Hall. The crowd itself is on Spring Street. They haven't moved since they were moved up a little bit from where they were on the 101 and down where they were on Main Street. Now the Sheriff's Department lining up, getting their masks on, putting their helmets on, and getting ready what is, to my understanding, is about to shoot some tear gas into the crowd. And boy, I got to tell you, it's going to be tough because there is a lot of people in that crowd, and those people are going to get hit hard with that tear gas. But this, at this point, is an inevitability as the police departments here, both LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, have tried for the last at least 30 minutes to get this crowd to move off of Spring Street out in front of City Hall. They just have not done that. So now here in a matter of moments, we're about to have what believes to be tear gas shot into this crowd.
Oh, Tim, just because we've seen a few different vantage points here today, can you give our viewers a bit of a scene setter again, exactly where you are, how far City Hall is from you?
Yeah, look up, Will. Okay, City Hall is right next to us. So we're on the north side of City Hall. We're on Temple Street that goes uphill to Spring Street. We actually walked over Spring Street. It was not blocked by CHP, one of the few blocks that wasn't. Main Street, Los Angeles, and Alameda were all blocked by CHP. Much of the crowd actually moved up to Spring Street itself. Some of them were working their way down Temple Street. That's where we saw some of the skirmishes where they were shooting the flashbangs and where the mounted sheriff's deputies were. They are now, where'd they go? Up the street a little bit here behind me. But so we're next to City Hall, and this crowd is in front of City Hall on Spring Street. The sheriff's deputies are standing right at the intersection of Temple and Spring Street. And we're going to give it a second here because it seems like in any second they're going to start firing this tear gas into the crowd. They have, and here we go. This is where it begins and where they really start to move the crowd back. Those are flashbangs, a combination of flashbangs and the tear gas, and look how effective that is. Flashbangs are the ones going off above the crowd. They are loud, they are jarring, and they do get your attention and move you back. That sounds like the pepper balls shot from a paintball gun as well. Hitting those are a little bit more centralized. Oh man, that guy shot from right over my shoulder there. Yeah, he's behind me. But they are shooting into the crowd, both the tear gas and the flashbangs from above, and you see kind of the effectiveness when it gets to pushing that crowd back. Sophie, you had asked a little while ago, well, what's the plan? Where are they sending them? At the moment, not right here. So that's the purpose of this, is like I said, as they start to move the crowd back and disperse the crowd away from where it's the most congregated, the most packed, the hope is a handful of people peel off, a handful of people go home, and the crowd gets smaller and smaller to the point where it's less to deal with for these officers. But I can tell you, between the Sheriff's Department and the LAPD, there is a whole host of law enforcement out here at this intersection firing that tear gas and those flashbangs into the crowd. There's a toss from the crowd. That one went off right there, pushing it back as the Sheriff's Department's moving up. Let's move up with them here, Will. Let's just get to the corner here real quick, just to show you as police are moving up. One thing to keep in mind, Will, that's far enough, is when you get some of these officers as they're moving up, you occasionally get projectiles thrown back at police as the tear gas and as the flashbangs are going off. There's a water bottle being thrown at police. And what you're seeing is the sheriff's deputies are the first ones in the line here, moving the crowd up, specifically with the tear gas, oftentimes with those flashbangs, and a combination of those two, definitely pushing the crowd back from City Hall. They did have barricades up, yeah, and it looks like they have someone in custody right here in front of us, someone who clearly didn't move back. Of course, we can't see or didn't see exactly what this person did. We got you. And we are keeping a decent distance. Here comes that tear gas in our direction. That's not ideal. But what they're doing is, as they push this crowd back to one street up, excuse me, as they push the crowd back.
All right, Tim.
One street up, the gas really gets in there, and it is a very effective way to move the crowd. And certainly, depending on the direction the wind is moving, it is a very effective way to move that crowd. And as they move up the street, we're going to take a step back and catch our breath.
Yeah. Tim, get your breath. This is David Ono. I'm sitting in for Jory Rand right now, along with Sophie. Great reporting, Tim. A war zone it's quickly turning into in downtown Los Angeles. So obviously all the pictures that you see on your screen are live pictures. That was from the ground, from Tim Caputo's camera. They have been overcome with the tear gas. This obviously is Air 7. So let's get to Marcel Melanson, who's been overhead. And Marcel, you've been seeing what's been transpiring. You saw the flash bangs, the tear gas. What effect is it having on the crowd?
David, basically the crowd was not moving until those measures were introduced. We had a large crowd in front of City Hall. That was probably the largest contingency left around downtown as we looked around here. And once the sheriffs moved in and they began to use the tear gas, immediately the crowd reacted so fast. I mean, they moved out of here with a quickness. You still have a couple of agitators that are in there that are throwing tear gas back at the officers, but for the most part, the large crowd that was here just a few moments ago has now scattered throughout Grand Park and more south on Spring Street. So definitely an effective way to get them out of here. You could see as I tilted the camera and pan over here to Grand Park, you see a number of protesters that are making their way out of here where they just were not leaving prior to that.
Right. Clearly, it's having some effect. And Sophie, it's a shame, though, because there have been a number of peaceful protests throughout the day. In fact, Los Angeles, downtown where you're seeing right now, had thousands of people that were peaceful through most of the day. And we have places like Whittier and Pasadena still underway. Riverside just got underway. You said Long Beach and Santa Monica. All of these places were peaceful, but this is how LA is going to be identified from today. and has continued to be identified this way, and that is the violence within the few square blocks that this is taking place.
Yeah, that's right. And those protests started at around 10 a.m. this morning, and hundreds of thousands of people we know showed up in downtown LA. And now, if you take a look at your right-hand side, LA County Sheriff's Department moving in towards. Sorry, apologies. I don't know exactly which street that is, but they are moving closer to where those protesters were. Marcel, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing that the protesters are now moving out. We've talked about early on about strategy and tactics and what the Sheriff's Department can do versus the less lethal rounds of LAPD. I think it was a tactical decision to move the sheriffs in here because they can use tear gas, and it was probably more effective in this case to get those protesters out from in front of City Hall. That was their main focus. So you could see this contingency of sheriff, their SRT or Special Response Team has moved in front of City Hall. They replaced all the LAPD units, and now where we had a large crowd, I would say probably a couple thousand people, are all on the move. They have pretty much dispersed the area. They've moved to the south and to the west to Grand Park, and now they're basically what we had before with that large crowd in front of City Hall has now gone.
But Marcel, it's taken a long time. That dispersal order came in just before 4 p.m. today. It's now just after 6. And part of the reason why that dispersal order came in is because LAPD reported that bottles, bricks were being thrown at law enforcement officers as well as fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, we were here. I was here at 4 o'clock when the dispersal order started, and I actually saw the first interactions between the protesters and LAPD, and it was the way that the mood changed and the basically the posturing of the whole situation almost changed in an instant. It went from no incidents reported all day, hundreds of thousands of people, to now very quickly. And I want to say that I think that first initial incident happened down on Alameda, down in front of the Federal Detention Center, is where it first triggered, and then it just trickled off into the rest of the area here. And very quickly, I think the dispersal order, one of the tactics is, hey, give them a chance to go on their own. We don't want to have this immediate clash, and that's one of the tactics that they've used. Show the show of force, get a lot of officers here, let them see them in the place, and then we'll try to get these people to come out peacefully. I think the last thing anybody wants is a confrontation, so they're using whatever tactics they can to forcibly move them out without actually having contact.
Right. So perhaps you're right, that incident may have occurred near the Federal Detention Center, which explains why so few people actually heard the dispersal order go out. Even Matt Gutman was explaining that he didn't hear anything, but suddenly there was this police action. That might be because it wasn't anywhere near where the masses were this afternoon. Nevertheless, we are approaching 6:08 right now in the evening. The curfew kicks in at 8 o'clock, although now this dispersal order changes the rules just a bit. They want everybody out of this area. And the vast majority of people seem to be cooperating now, especially with the tear gas, the flashbangs, etc. But there's always that small group of people that actually look forward to this opportunity to create unrest and do what they do. And we've been watching after the last 8 days, Sophie.
Yeah, you mentioned those flashbangs, the tear gas, and those mounted officers. Those horses are strong. We saw some protesters come in contact with some of those horses as well. But we want to get back to the ground with ABC's Alex Stone. Alex, what's going on where you are right now?
Hey, Sophie and David. Yeah, things have definitely calmed down here now compared to when I was talking to you just a little while ago, and we were more in front of City Hall and the smoke was going off and the less lethal munitions were being used. We're in front of the LAPD right now at Main and First. You can see they have a skirmish line right here. The Metro unit, their SWAT team, just moved everybody down. And at least on the other side of City Hall, there's something going on. But generally here, it has calmed way down, and police are beginning to take a lesser stance based on what they were able to do and move everybody down. It did clear a lot of people out. I want to show you when we were live on the air and all of those booms and bangs were going off, and they are on the other side of City Hall and then down the street a little bit. But this is half of what we are told is called a bang ball, is what one officer called it, where it goes up in the air and then bursts open and has gas and things in it. This is part of a 40 millimeter flashbang, the big booms that were going off. These are all over the ground down here right now, and these are what we're going boom, and then either putting out gas or putting out a loud noise and getting those protesters to move. But I was talking to one detective, guys, and they say that this is going to be a very long night. They know they're going to be battling and playing kind of a cat and mouse game of the protesters running up and pushing back, running up and pushing back. But it is a much lesser stance, at least in this area around City Hall and LAPD headquarters, than it was just a little while ago. So they're continuing to move people around, but it does seem they're making progress.
Yeah.
David, Sophie?
It may explain the very firm movement by PD and sheriffs to get this crowd out of the way, because they anticipate this could be a tough fight today. There's been a lot of attention on this Saturday. It's happening right now. We're right in the midst of it. And perhaps if they get ahead of the game at 6 o'clock in the evening before the sun actually goes down, they could have the upper hand sooner than later.
David, that's exactly right. They really held off most of the day. There was a lot of screaming at police. There was a lot of screaming at the National Guard and the Marines, who are now in front of the federal building where it had just been National Guard. Now the Marines are there as well, and federal agents, federal police who are helping them out. They had been taking it all day. And then eventually, right around 4 o'clock, almost on the dot, it seemed that there may have been a plan to begin getting ready for curfew tonight and begin getting the streets cleared out. They said they were also taking rocks and bottles and chunks of concrete and brick, and that's when the decision was made to move everybody out, and they began marching them down. We saw it in front of the federal building, and then they went up Temple and came down Main Street here, and now we're clearing both sides of that. Yeah, instead of waiting until 8 o'clock, when then you've got the curfew and arrests being made and moving everybody around, to get going early on it, and they definitely did. And it does seem that they've made quite a bit of progress in the efforts they've been making. It was a very different scene here an hour ago. It was very active. Police were in a very stern stance to us and to the protesters, and now they're able to take a deep breath. And then they're still doing some clearing, but generally around LAPD headquarters, they're kind of making this their stopping point, where they've got it on all the streets around. They've got them blocked off. They've got the skirmish line set up, and then everybody is kind of dispersed around it. So their efforts do seem to be working. They've moved them around. They've moved them down the street, and they were able to get the, they call them agitators, but those, they just kept coming up. They wanted to fight against the cops, and the second they would throw off gas, then they would get moved back. They would come right back in, and they would get burned by the gas. It wasn't necessarily tear gas, more like a pepper spray gas. Then they would move them back, and you can see there are more officers. We hear more munitions going off in the distance, but more officers coming out now. So they're going to have quite a fight on their hands tonight, but they are making progress right now, guys.
You just mentioned that it had calmed down where you were, but again, now we are starting to hear that pick up again. We want to go to Tim Caputo, who is also live in downtown LA. Tim, what's happening where you are at this moment?
Yeah, we're on the steps of City Hall, like physically standing on the steps on the front end of City Hall. The deputies let us move up a little bit to get behind them to kind of get a better vantage point of their operation as they're pushing this crowd down towards First Street. We saw them essentially right in the middle of City Hall, underneath Grant Park, and the crowd here in the street. Just maybe 5 minutes ago, they started to throw some of those flashbangs, some of those. I didn't see tear gas this time around, but you see how much smaller the crowd, at least in the street, is at this point. What we're seeing is now the Sheriff's Department taking the lead. Earlier, LAPD had moved in with all of those officers firing those non-lethal rounds into the crowd. They have been kind of taken over initially with that big, overwhelming amount of tear gas into the crowd a little while ago, the ones that hit us too. And now the crowd has dispersed an awful lot, and they've moved them nearly to First Street. It's just a long stretch of road here, so they're not quite there yet. Here's the thing with this this intersection that's a little bit tough. Not quite an intersection, but essentially where it intersects with Grant Park. Will, if you come look this direction here, I know the sun is behind me, so it'll be a little tough to see. The park here that goes up to Hill Street is actually packed with people. We don't know if these, when we were here earlier, like I say 3 hours ago, these were families, these were people buying popcorn, buying hot dogs in the crowd, in the crowd. We don't know if that same kind of joyful group is here. Certainly the ones in the streets that are ones battling with the sheriff's deputies and police officers the last couple hours now, they seem to be authorities focusing their attention on the handful of folks in the street. It seems like maybe 100 or maybe 200, and that's where they're focusing their attention. They are not moving all that quickly, but they are certainly moving what seems like eventually to First Street. And actually, if you see down the street from where I'm standing, it looks as though there's LAPD all the way on First Street, on Spring Street, blocking them. So they would have to go either direction on First Street. Obviously, there's a method to the madness on how they're dispersing the crowd and moving them out. But you hear them giving that dispersal order, telling them it's an unlawful assembly, and getting them out of here. It should be mentioned, too, because earlier when there was talk of a dispersal order, it caught me off guard. We were over on the other side of the 101. I didn't hear anything, but we saw the movement of police officers. So it's not surprising that a lot of people were relatively caught off guard, knowing that they were here maybe until the curfew at 8 o'clock, maybe leaving a little bit earlier. But obviously, since things have ramped up, it has not ramped down to that point as we see police and sheriff's deputies continuing to move this crowd.
Okay, Tim, hang tight. We have an interview now with Deputy Chief from LAPD, Tingrides. Deputy Chief, are you there? And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Tingrides Yamada? We might not have him.
Hello?
Oh, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Deputy Chief, thank you so much for joining us today. What are we watching happening here right now in downtown LA?
We have declared an unlawful assembly, and the Los Angeles Police Department is currently initiating crowd control tactics and trying to gain compliance from a group that has ignored a dispersal order that was provided. So what you are seeing on television now is Los Angeles Police Department, along with the Sheriff's Department, mitigate this large crowd. We are asking individuals to leave the area southbound Alameda to eastbound 2nd Street. I'd like to say that we started off with 20 to 30,000 participants at its peak, and the protest was peaceful. Not until rocks and bottles and projectiles were being thrown at our officers did we initiate crowd control tactics in an effort to bring peace and calmness to that area and protect the children and families and protesters that were there to express their First Amendment today.
Deputy Chief, we are, of course, watching this play out live in downtown LA, and protesters there right now might not be listening to this, but their friends and family members might be. What would be your message to relay to these protesters or, some of these bad actors that we've seen in downtown LA today?
My message would be to leave the area. The Los Angeles Police Department has been extremely patient today. We have given direction in English and Spanish. We have allowed a proper amount of time for the group to hear this messaging and leave the area. Right now, the traffic jams, families are unable to come to and from. I am asking for the individuals to disperse and leave the area immediately.
Deputy Chief, can you tell us or explain to us what happened, what forced law enforcement to give this dispersal order around 3:45 today?
Sure. There was a crowd in the 300 block of Los Angeles Street, and they were blocking traffic and creating a traffic jam. Our officers were in the area, and there's a pedestrian bridge in that area, which was high ground. Those individuals had a position of advantage, and they began throwing rocks and bottles and projectiles at our police officers. At that time, the incident commander declared an unlawful assembly. We gave them an ample amount of time to leave the area. We then administered less lethal, and the crowd began to disperse. What you're seeing on TV now are splinter crowds and groups that are broken off from that main crowd, and we are trying to mitigate those groups with this second dispersal order that has been given.
We know that some of these officers, like you mentioned, had been struck with bottles, with bricks. Any officers that you know of at this moment injured?
At this time, I am not aware of any officers that have been injured. I would like to say we are working very closely with the Los Angeles Fire Department. We have a force protection of LAPD officers that are working side by side with the LAFD. They have need to go in on at least 2 locations that I know of to render aid to individuals. And when groups fail to disperse, it makes it very difficult for the fire department to do their job and render aid to those that need it.
Okay, Deputy Chief, have you noticed, is this 8 p.m. curfew working in your opinion?
I truly believe the curfew is working. We had multiple businesses in downtown Los Angeles that were burglarized and looted earlier in the week. Once the mayor initiated this curfew, we've seen a decrease in burglaries and looting. In fact, we have not had one burglary or looting incident in 4 days since the mayor instituted the curfew in the downtown LA area.
That is great news. What about the other protests that are going on? I know that they are largely peaceful. We're getting word that another protest is breaking out now in Van Nuys. When it comes to personnel, can you cover all of this? And have you heard of anything like this or similar to what we're seeing in downtown that may have been happening somewhere else in L.A.?
The Los Angeles Police Department is fully mobilized right now, which means days off were canceled. And with the partnership of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol, we have enough resources to mitigate the groups and crowds that you're currently seeing and watching on television. I am aware of different events that have occurred throughout LA County, and those events, my understanding, have been largely peaceful as well.
Deputy Chief Amada Tingarides, this is Giovanna Lara joining David Ono here on the set. I know that you have worked for many
So you're seeing right now is the beginning of the parade, and you have the military district Washington commander of troops who typically leads the parade. He's up front with his color guard, carrying the national colors as well as the Army colors. As you can see, very distinct there is "This will defend," which is the motto of the United States Army. Behind them, you're going to see your major corps. You have 1st Corps, 3rd Corps, 5th Corps, and 18th Airborne Corps. Those commanders are following the lead of the actual parade, and then we're going to start seeing the first units comprising of the Old Guard covering the Revolutionary War.
Let's watch this early part and soak in what should be a very interesting 90 minutes or so here on Constitution Avenue. Before we get to that first unit that you mentioned from the Revolutionary War a year before the Declaration of Independence was signed. But for now, let's see some of these sights.
Edmund Louis Snitz Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song titled The Caissons Go Rolling Along, and in 1956 the lyrics were revised by Harold Arberg as the official song of the U.S. Army, and then retitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. Pershing Zone carries on its century-old legacy, playing a march that brings pride to every soldier. The Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery. The regiment's 50 campaign streamers stand as a testament to its long, faithful service to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America. Before radios and field phones, sound was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound and spirit of the Revolution through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world, too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody!
Seeing the first of the period costumes that we'll see many of in this parade. Tara, Sergeant Major, if you want to tell us what we were just looking at and should be looking at again momentarily.
So some of those first troops that were walking past in the period dress, we saw them holding what looked to be a very long rifle, but it's not a rifle at all. Tell us a little bit about this gun.
Yeah, so we see George Washington walking out, leading his troops. Obviously, he first commissioned the 10 companies that would eventually become the First Continental Army. But what you see there is him walking with a smooth-bore flintlock rifle. Very different from the rifles we use today. An expert marksman would be able to actually fire at most 3 rounds a minute.
Sergeant Major, if I may interrupt for a moment, looks like we're seeing the first of the air festivities of this parade now. What I would note is a very overcast day with storms in the forecast here in Washington.
So what's interesting about that is this was actually supposed to be at the very end of the parade. If these are actually the Golden Knights,
that is them.
They are supposed to be presenting the president a flag to finish off the parade. But weather has been an issue all day today, so it looks like they made the decision to have them jump early.
I agree with you. I think it will come down to ceilings and visibility for the aircraft to actually safely deliver them to where they're supposed to land today.
So this award-winning parachute team, they are actually going to land directly on the ellipse. I mean, they can land, as far as I have been told, they can land like basically in a box within a box.
Absolutely.
They're that good.
They're that good. That's what they train for every single day, and they actually represent the Army all across the world.
Seeing the first of the Civil War era troops coming out now. Sergeant Major, we have folks from your old neck of the woods, the 4th Infantry at Fort Carson, Colorado. Tell us a little bit about what you were seeing.
Yes, August. So the 4th Infantry Division is actually leading, or is coming right behind them right now. First came into existence in 1917, participated in World War I, World War II. We see them all the way down to the GWAT. We saw them in the highlands of Vietnam. But it's very dear to me, near and dear to me, the Ivy Division, known as the Ivy Division because of the Roman numeral 4 that made up the division itself.
So we've seen the Revolutionary War, we've seen the Civil War.
What drives an entrepreneur to create? Is it fear?
I think you cannot think straight if
2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work and battle with brass buttons and colored trim that marked their rank. Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated, volunteer enlistments surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they march by, representing the Civil War era of our nation's history, is the 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride. Born from the thunder of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the first team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved their mettle. Today, that same warrior spirit lives on. You'll know the name, and you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless. The 1st Cavalry Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime, and the legacy rides on. This is the Cav.
1st Cavalry Horse Detachment out of Texas with an interesting bit of fun.
A very special guest who you just saw on that wagon drawn by mules was Doc Holliday. He's a blue heeler. He's the official scout of the cavalry and has been kind of a celebrity for the last couple of days. Everyone has wanted a piece of the dog. And also, like, Doc Holliday has his own barn. He has a full-time caretaker, and his barn is actually called the Holiday Inn.
Joke was made earlier that OK Corral would have also been an acceptable name for where Doc Holliday should live, but a little bit of fun for the 1st Cav. Scenes from the National Mall. The rain has not yet started, but is expected to come down rather heavily here in Washington for all those gathered on the mall. The numbers are expected to be quite big with how many people are going to come down and watch, but there is the threat of heavy rain and flooding and thunder and lightning as well, which would then force the National Park Service to clear folks out. But we'll take a look at a cloudy, shrouded, if that's even a phrase, a cloud-shrouded Washington Monument. More sights and sounds of the Army Parade as we go on.
The two sides engage in the savage war of attrition, defined by opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11, 1918. We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. Remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future. This car literally helped pave the way for the roads we rely on today, and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge Touring Car. Headquartered in New York, this is the 42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers, under the command of General Blackjack Pershing, hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but battle tough. Nicknamed the Pershing boot, on their feet was the M918, 1918 French boot. It was designed to survive the brutal grind of trench warfare. And on their backs, the field pack, rations, ammo, first aid, and a gas mask. Everything a doughboy needed to fight and to win. Incidentally, the 42nd Infantry Division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II, ultimately liberating the Dachau concentration camp. The 42nd responded to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Later, with the war on terrorism, the rainbow stretched across the world again, deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thundering into view, the pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army Artillery Half Section. This is literally powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial unit honors the legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong. Representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery, this is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Special thanks to our sponsor, Form Energy. World War II, a global fight for freedom. In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turned the tide. From bombers to fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen. Flying overhead right now. They are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell. Up next, the Cadillac of the sky.
On to World War II. We're seeing more troops in period uniform. We just saw some aircraft fly overhead, some very notable aircraft in military history.
We just saw 2 P-51 Mustangs and 1 B-25 Mitchell fly over. The P-51 really was a game changer for the U.S. Army Air Forces in escorting bombers safely to target. And the B-25 Mitchell, of course, was made famous by the Doolittle raid when they basically stripped this bomber down to its bare bones and were able to launch it off of the Hornet to strike on Tokyo.
That's amazing.
Command Sergeant Major, this was kind of the dawn of the Jeep era for the military, a vehicle that's so intertwined with the military and the minds of Americans.
That's correct. The Ford GPW quarter-ton Jeep became one of the most widely produced vehicles after the war.
You see them all over the place. Some of them still look kind of similar in a way to what we might have seen then, but not quite the same. You see the Commander-in-Chief standing and saluting as we see soldiers from both the 101st Airborne out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, the 82nd Airborne out of Fort Bragg, representing these soldiers from World War II.
And really, this is home for you with your more than 20 years serving in the 75th Ranger Regiment. Talk about these two storied units, the 82nd and the 101st, and what it's meant to you to go back to Normandy, to see the cliffs that those men scaled, to be part of that unit.
Oh, those two units were crucial to seizing several towns. The 2nd Ranger Battalion was the main one. The 3 companies, DE and F, that were tasked to climb Point du Hoc, which is a key terrain that could actually destroy anyone coming into Omaha and Utah Beach. 100-foot cliffs, 225 Rangers were tasked with one of the hardest missions of the invasion, and they managed to get to the top. Now, 90 were able to continue to fight, but it was a critical battle and seize.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi, I'm Ronnie, and I teach people all over the world how to dance with their dogs on my website. I was searching for a platform where I can really manage my business, and I found that in Wix. I'm so passionate about.
Troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army.
Seeing some vintage World War II armor now, riding along Constitution Avenue. Sergeant Major, tell us what we're seeing.
Yes, sir. We're looking at the Sherman tanks right now, and they were extremely useful against German, much bigger tanks. They were very reliable, very maneuverable, 5-man crew, and they wreak havoc across the German armor formations.
More than 50,000 of them were produced in the war.
Perhaps the best known of the tanks the Army has produced for a long, long time until that M1 Abrams that we'll be seeing.
We'll be seeing that one a little bit
later. And I can see that smile in your face when we mentioned the Abrams. World War II being celebrated on Constitution Avenue. We'll keep watching. And the remembrance of the Korean War coming up next.
The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II. The Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, began on June 25, 1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase. The M151 kept rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed. Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this deuce and a half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The deuce and a half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything. In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood. And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, 3 iconic Army symbols in the sky. The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national Army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Ride, a march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band. The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade. As the war intensified, troops' numbers quickly grew as the war between the South Vietnamese government and the communist insurgents supported by North Vietnam intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers organized around 7 divisions and 20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of 71. The last U.S. combat soldier came home March 1973, while a small number of non-combat personnel remained until April 1975. Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation, and the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head-on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30/30?
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring up
Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender. From Fort Riley, Kansas, this is the 1st Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch, as the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division. More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader from West Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin-tube-launched, optically tacked, wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer and was first introduced back in the 1960s. Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq.
The armor here.
Sure. Let me know on it.
Gulf War now being celebrated on Constitution Avenue, along with all the armor that helped play such a key role in that essentially 100-hour battle. Tara, gives a sense of what we've been seeing.
So we have just seen Abrams tank after Abrams tank kind of staggered in two rows. I can only imagine what it feels like on the pavement out there with the sounds, but the Gulf War was really the first kind of major tank battle for the Abrams. Talk to me a little bit about the 73 East Indies War, because that was led by a young captain, then H.R. McMaster, and they were vastly outnumbered by Iraqi tanks and managed to just outmaneuver.
You're right. It's one of the fastest wars. First used 1991, Operation Desert Storm, as you mentioned it. It was fast, reliable, lethal, but most importantly, it was survivable. The Bradley tank is operated, by four. It's a four-man crew right now, and is renowned for its 120 millimeter cannon. It also has a 50 caliber machine gun that's mounted, as well as a 240 millimeter machine gun that just causes havoc anywhere it goes. And I've had the pleasure of actually sitting inside of one and actually firing on the range, because one of my combat brigades had one, and then I tell you, it's a phenomenal sight to actually see them rolling down the street right now.
What does it feel like inside? Is it shaking when it fires? How are your eardrums? What does it feel like?
Surprisingly very steady. You got to protect yourself just like anything else. You have these helmets to protect your hearing, but the gunners, and it's just the crew drill that happens inside there, and the communication has to be locked in step for that gun to actually be as accurate as it can be as it identifies the enemy. It is great.
And then we've also seen a lot of towed artillery, notably howitzers of different types. And I was just wondering if we could talk just briefly about, what makes a system a howitzer? What is towed artillery?
So we saw a couple different artillery pieces. The first one we saw was a Paladin. It looked like a tank. It sounds like a tank. It has the armor of a tank, but it's not quite a tank. It's a Paladin. It shoots 155 rounds. Equivalent to that is actually towed is the 777s. We haven't seen them yet, but we have seen the 105s, and those are towed by Humvees, as you saw. You'll see them all over combat brigades. They're the fastest way to get indirect fire to support your troops on the ground, and incredible range, multiple different types of rounds, and we've seen them really throughout the GWAT and before that as well.
And something fun about the Abrams tanks, for weeks and weeks, the city has been concerned about what sort of damage these tanks would do to DC's roads. The Army spent $3 million on plating and on preparing the roads, and actually had soldiers at Fort Cavazos take an Abrams tank and run it over plates 50 times to make sure the road was going to be okay. That seems like that was a pretty fun assignment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we want to display, we want to showcase our tanks, we want to show the American soldier, but we were very cognizant of what could happen. I think we went to great lengths to actually ensure that we are protecting the cities of Washington, D.C., while still giving the people, the American people, a great show.
First used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought precision firepower to the front lines. Lighter and more mobile than larger artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most. Still in service today, including on the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal. Special thanks to our sponsor, UFC. On September 11, 2001, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them. The Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew.
Before I was born, how did I get inside Mommy's tummy?
Global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members of the United States Army.
We are looking now at the global war on terror. Before that, the Gulf War, which ended, of course, in 1991. It was 10 years later that the U.S. was attacked on 9/11, and that set off 2+ decades of war for the U.S. Army. Obviously, a lot of developments, a lot of different hardware, a lot of different battles in both Iraq and Afghanistan. And a gentleman who would know firsthand about that, Command Sergeant Major Alex Caprati, can tell us a little bit about some of that hardware, Sergeant Major. What have we been seeing?
So what we're looking at right now, you're looking at a Striker vehicle. It's an 8-wheel, lightly armored vehicle. It has a crew of 3 and is able to carry up to 11 soldiers in its back, with fully combat load. There's so many different variations to this vehicle. You have, we're seeing a few of them right now. You have a just infantry carry vehicle. You can actually put a mortar system inside of it. You can actually use it as a medevac vehicle as well. And there's different variants that allow commanders to actually communicate a lot easier in the battlefield.
We've seen soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division taking part in this part of the raid, or this part of the parade, rather, based in upstate New York at Fort Drum. More than 20 deployments for the 10th Mountain to both Iraq and Afghanistan over the years.
And what we haven't seen so far, both for the global war on terror and for the modern era, which I think these two sections are kind of blending into as we go into the final kind of 2 decades to present day, is a massive air parade of all of the Army's air assets, starting with the 160th Special Air Operations Commands, the Night Stalkers. Talk to me a little bit about their role in the days literally right after September 11th attacks and what they were able to accomplish by getting our soldiers into Afghanistan.
No, absolutely. I was very fortunate enough to actually train with the Night Stalkers, incredible pilots. I think we saw so many different aircraft on display today, the Little Bird, their DAPS systems, the MH-47s, the MH-60s, highly trained. They own the night, and I was fortunate enough to be in some pretty tough places. And you can always count on Night Stalkers to always find the X and always put you in the right spot and always pick you up from the right place when the time was called. So we're hoping to see, I hope it was not a weather decision that was made, but hopefully we can still see them flying today.
We're expecting right now to see almost 50 helicopters flying directly over these troops, but weather's been an issue all day long today, and the ceiling, you see those low-level clouds and you see kind of the fog. That might have been a factor in the reason why we're not seeing them right now. But the 160th, they had a role in dropping off the horse soldiers and attacking the Taliban. Tell us a little bit about that mission and what happened there.
I will tell you, when I say that you can bring them in at any time, anywhere, we found ourselves in some bad valleys there when we actually had them come in with no other formation would dare fly in the middle of an intense firefight, risking themselves, risking the aircraft, which is significant in how much some of those airframes cost, to actually put fire on the enemy, pick us up and take us off to the next objective. They're incredible. I mean, I'm not lost for words of some of the things that I've managed to see those people do with those helicopters.
What are some of the vehicles we're looking at now?
We're still seeing some Strikers right now. I'm trying to see what kind of variant this is. Hopefully they'll zoom out here in a second. We're still seeing some of the regular Strikers. So you'll see the Strikers can also be mounted by numerous amount of things. You have Mark 19s, which are 40 millimeter rounds. You have your 50 cal, your 240s that can be mounted on top as well. You have a 30 millimeter round that can be mounted on top, and of course you have your TOW missile that can be mounted there as well. And what we're seeing right now is still Strikers with a 50 cal. That one happens to have a 50 cal mounted on it right now.
And the camera is actually cutting to Senator Joni Ernst, who herself is a military veteran. One of the things we hadn't said about the Abrams tanks before is that while they were crawling along at maybe 3 miles an hour, those things can actually haul. How fast can they go?
Gosh, I want to say close to 42 miles an hour, if I'm not mistaken. You gotta look at my map. Maybe you know the better answer.
Pretty sure no one was going to allow them to go 42 miles an hour across the
not at all.
today.
Not at all. Not today.
So we have gone through the wars of the U.S. Army history, from the Revolution through the Civil War, both world wars, Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf War, global war on terrorism encompassing both Iraq and Afghanistan. What we'll be seeing next is what they're calling the modern day part of the parade. It is all the hardware, all the aviation that the Army is counting on for any near-term conflict with an adversary. So we'll see the armor, we'll see the artillery, we'll see the helicopters. We'll even get to see apparently a HIMARS battery, which perhaps even casual news readers have heard a lot about over the last, let's say, year and a half because of Ukraine, Tar.
That is that high mobility rocket launcher system that Ukraine has just coveted and has been so vital in its ability to fight back against Russia's invasion that started in 2022. The HIMARS system is basically a mobile system, and they actually trained on it here in the U.S. and then they trained on it again overseas and learned how to be able to fire and move and get it out of the way. Can you talk a little bit about what we've been able to do for Ukraine with this system?
Absolutely. One of the biggest things is that interoperability that we have in training them to actually be able to defend themselves. That has been a critical weapon system for them, and as you said earlier on, their ability to fire and move and not become a fixed target. As you know, they've had many casualties due to artillery and the massive artillery that they receive. This allows them to fire a pinpoint shot and then get up and move away before the enemy is able to actually cue in on them.
What's interesting too is that while this is the modern era and we are seeing weapon systems that have played vital roles in the war on terror for the last 20 years, the Army is in the middle of a massive transformation in how it's thinking about war, in the systems it might be chasing after, especially as we've seen kind of the introduction of drones and we've seen them play such an important role in Ukraine. Can you talk a little bit about how the Army of the future is thinking and how it's adjusting and the kind of weapon systems it's looking for?
Absolutely. That's a big change the Army is making right now. Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff habitually talk about it. The Army Transformation Initiative is really creating or acquiring war-winning capabilities faster. That's, in its essence, is get the right things in the hands of soldiers much faster than we have been doing it forever, right? Looking at force structure, looking at what are some of those threats that we're going to be facing in the future, and then look at what we have now, and then training and building our force for the future fight. That is significantly the biggest thing is how do we bring AI, how do we bring technology and embed it into everything we do to make our processes faster and make our people more lethal.
What are some of the things we're learning from how we've seen drones be employed? I mean, do you still need the Abrams tank? Do you still need the Bradley fighting vehicle, or do they become more vulnerable? Do you have to change how you use them?
Oh, I mean, modern warfare changes all the time. The UAS systems now, you have ubiquitous surveillance, constantly. You have to be aware of that. But there's a lot of changes at the ATI. We're looking at systems that we're phasing out. AH-64 Delta model, for example. We're looking at different loitering munitions that have further range. Is how do we make things better? How do we take the things now that are obsolete and make better programs?
As we see more of this armor go by the presidential reviewing stand, the president seated in between the First Lady and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, we've seen the president jump up and salute quite a bit, Sergeant Major. When everyone else on that platform has been sitting, the one person standing and saluting has been the Commander-in-Chief, and we've seen, and we've been commenting on it privately for the last several minutes, the looks on the faces of these young soldiers who are manning these strikers and the Bradleys and everything else. And you see it there, the smiles and the waves. Can you put into words maybe what it might mean for some of these young soldiers to be taking part in this and being able to ride by and wave at it and salute and have a salute returned by the Commander-in-Chief?
Sagar, I'm picturing myself inside one of those Abrams, inside one of those strikers, and really the number one thing that comes to mind is pride. My family's looking at me. I come from a small town in Peru. They're watching me right now. This is what I've done. I'm defending my nation. I'm an American soldier. This is what I do. And, I get goosebumps just thinking about that right now. And the American people is watching. This is your army. And all that hard work and all the dedication and discipline that goes into making ready soldiers is being displayed in front of us right now. So I think pride is the number one thing I would feel inside of me. And
mentally, for these soldiers who are manning the old equipment, it's one thing to be in the Bradleys or to be in the Abrams, but for those who are maybe in the Sherman or flying the Hueys that we still hope to see that we did not see,
or the Humvees,
for that matter. What kind of preparation went into that? Like, is there that little bit of nerve, would you think, that like, okay, I've now got to drive a 80-year-old weapon system and wave to the President of the United States?
Well, that's right. It's not like riding a bicycle, right? There's a lot of training that went into this, much like we approach training with safety and readiness in mind at all times. These are frames that took many hours to actually master, to ensure that, one, we don't damage equipment, and two, we safely maneuver them across.
More than an hour now into this parade marking the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. Still more to come, assuming the weather can hold off. We hope to see some more fun aircraft, and at the very least, we will see some more soldiers. Back with you shortly.
by securing ready, prompt, and sustained land dominance by Army forces across the full spectrum of the conflict as part of the joint force. The Army forces battle-ready and nimble makes transportation for the U.S. Army a very vital element. Spread across the parade today, numerous fighting vehicles, some designed for very specific functions and others for flexibility, but they all must be maintained. With over 200,000 trucks alone, wheeled vehicle mechanisms ensure that the fleet of vehicles are ready, and these mechanics get the job done. This convoy starts with the M777, a lightweight howitzer. These lightweight howitzers may not look particularly lightweight, but are made from titanium. They are 7,000 pounds lighter than their predecessor, the old M198. Used by the Army since 2005, the M777 is currently being used in Ukraine. Weighing only 4,700 pounds, the M119 howitzer is smaller and is used by infantry brigades, particularly for air assault missions. It was first used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 and is also seeing active use in Ukraine. The 7th Infantry Division, stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, has been seeing continuous combat action ever since activation in World War I. From Europe to the Aleutian Islands, Japan, Korea, Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division boasts a proud history of answering the call of its motto, "Trust in Me," with resolute dedication. Sent to deployments and conflicts around the globe since it was founded, the division returned to Fort Lewis in 1971, its first time on American soil since 1934. The 7th Division, originally called the Hourglass Division due to their patch design, gained the nickname Bayonet Division during their deployment to Korea in June of 1950. At Incheon Landing and during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a Combat Aviation Brigade. With the American soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we are continuously transforming. Army careers span the spectrum from attorneys to astronauts and mechanics to engineers. The Army's greatest asset is our people, the finest men and women our great nation has to offer, with a myriad of talents that make us stronger. Aside from its people, the Army's next greatest asset is its technology and equipment. Coming up next, these vehicles offer a glimpse of what the Army employs for readiness and battle. The portable howitzers and the portable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks and the infantry squad vehicle. The ISV provides enhanced tactical mobility of an infantry brigade combat team. This allows commanders greater freedom of movement and action. The ISV provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units When duty calls, U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful demonstration of strength, purpose, and the unmatched capability of today's Army.
The Army has made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic household. My grandfather, he served in World War II, and his brother, my uncle, served in Vietnam. I can do this. If they can do this, I can do this.
When I was born, my dad was still serving in the military, and him coming home in his uniform, I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
Clear for takeoff. My motivation, I think it follows in line. I think with what my family's done is kind of a sense of duty to serve our country and give back since it's given us so much.
I'm a very, let's say, timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
Working with a group and my peers, it really shows how much working with a team can strengthen you.
All right, ready to go? Ready to go. I derive a lot of purpose from serving others. I think serving something bigger than myself gets me out of bed every day. Yeah, keep powered up, keep powered up.
I definitely pushed myself further than I ever thought I could go.
I joined the military service because I want to deploy. That's my main goal, is deploy, deploy, deploy.
If we get the call, we have to go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
This is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life on the line for you, and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
This is what we train for. This is what I want to do. My team leaders and squad leaders, they know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check weapons, check ammo.
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task. We jump so frequently so that our jump masters and the paratroopers are ready to deploy.
I'm very passionate about being a jump master. The paratroopers, they see you and, you know, they believe in you. I love to instill that confidence with my passion into those paratroopers. It's a rush. It's great.
Drop them cleared for personnel drop.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army. It is a great place to set yourself up for success, to prepare yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army.
Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain operations in the Indo-Pacific theater and the Arctic, and on order decisively defeat any adversary in extreme cold weather, mountainous and high-latitude environments through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are the Army's only Arctic division. Masters of Arctic warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an amphibious invasion of Luzon and distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila. After periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels. Requiring ongoing maintenance in the field and on base because nothing happens until something moves, wheeled vehicle mechanics supervise and perform maintenance, repair, and recovery operations on vehicles that serve the Army in a variety of mission-critical roles. Included in the array of mobile artillery such as Paladins and the Abrams tank is the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle known as the JLTV. It's highly adaptable, providing protected and sustained mobility for personnel and payloads. The JLTV is known for its off-road capability while providing armor against small arms and improvised explosive devices. The JLTV, right there.
Every great journey begins with a single step. And that first step forward is where dreams become plans. While every decision moves you closer to greatness, each step forward shapes something remarkable. Momentum builds with every bold move forward.
Apparently someone
We just saw Vice President Vance looking like he's having a good time, and now a thumbs up from the Secretary of Defense as the Army parade rolls on down Constitution Avenue here in Washington. I'm Sagar Meghani. This is Tara Kopp. We have Command Sergeant Major Alex Prati joining us here as well. The weather has largely been better than people expected at this point. We have seen some delays in what we expected to be some aircraft flights, specifically a lot of helicopters that should have been in the air several minutes ago that we have yet to see. Still thunderstorms predicted here in Washington, still a flood threat, still a lightning threat. So it's unclear how all of that may play out, how it may affect President Trump's remarks later, fireworks, concert. We still have a ways to go. But Sergeant Major, give us a sense of what we're seeing now as the president stands and salutes once again.
Well, I think we're finishing up the modern era right now. What we're hoping to see is potentially, we spoke briefly about the Night Stalkers and some of the aircraft and some of the things they're able to do. And as we finish up right now this parade, what we have at the very end is we have a lot of the service, the academies. We have VMI, we have the Citadel, we have the Aggies, Texas A&M. We have current soldiers going through AIT, and then most importantly, the future of our Army, which is prospective soldiers hoping to wear our nation's cloth here in the future. And that is what this is all about, and it's the future. We talked about the last 250 years, but there's so many more years ahead, and that is your Army. That's going to be the future of our Army, and I'm truly excited to see them be part of this incredible parade.
What is it that you, as a career soldier who's risen to the top of his field, wants kids, maybe young kids, maybe kids younger than 10, or maybe middle school or high school kids, what would you like them to walk away from either the mall, where they got to see this in person, or watching here or on TV or wherever? What do you hope this did to them in terms of how the Army is presented?
Well, first and foremost, it's still a sense of pride of being an American citizen and being proud of their Army, knowing that their Army for 250 years has been at the forefront of freedom, fighting for our values, fighting to protect the American public, and standing tall and ready to continue to do that into the future. And there is so much to do. Hopefully, over the last hour, they've been able to see the different specialties that they can see. It's not just about being an infantryman or an armor. It's in aviation. It's in medicine. There's so many things available for them to do.
Sagar, in the weeks building up to this, I was talking to the Army a lot about what they hope to accomplish, both for the festival and the parade. And one of them said, we're really looking at that 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid who's going to see an Abrams tank, or who's going to see a Paladin, or who's going to see an Apache helicopter fly overhead, and put that idea in their head of this is the Army, this is what they could do with their lives. And, 10 years later, that seed is still there, and maybe it starts a conversation about military service.
And one of the things I want to add, I don't want to be confused. We've talked about changes from the Revolutionary War, and we're all mesmerized by all these different platforms we're seeing. But at the end of the day, precision fire missiles or the next gen weapon, there's a soldier at the end that's going to make the decision to pull that trigger. And that is our most valuable asset, is the American soldier. And I'm so proud to have this opportunity to actually watch them walk and march in our nation's capital today.
We're going to see cadets, as you mentioned, both from Texas A&M, VMI, the Citadel. We're going to see new enlistees who are in basic training, and then we're going to see new recruits or soldiers re-enlisting. And those, as they go by that presidential reviewing stand, they will raise their right arms, and they will be sworn in by the commander-in-chief as they drive by. That has to be another thrill for some of these young soldiers or soon-to-be soldiers.
It's not every day you get sworn into service by the President of the United States.
Exactly. I remember early on in my days of covering the Pentagon being at an event somewhere on the mall, and General Dick Cody, who was then the Vice Chief of Staff, was there to swear in a group, and they didn't happen to, I was sitting in a row with them, they didn't happen to notice that he had come to the row and went to sit down, and a couple of them glanced up and just did this great double take and all shot up to salute. A couple of them knocked over their chairs, and I just remember General Cody said, "You all sit down. I'm just going to grab a seat. Don't mind me." And he went up and swore them in. And I remember thinking then, like, wow, what a thrill for these 18-year-old kids that the number 2 officer in the Army just swore them in, which is pretty good, except when you have the commander-in-chief getting to do it.
Absolutely.
Even better.
Absolutely.
When you think about it now, we have an Air Force and a Marine Corps and a Navy and a Space Force, but the Army really started a lot of this stuff. The Army had the first submarine. It was a single-person submarine called the Turtle, and it only went submerged 3 times. It didn't do anything it was supposed to do. It was supposed to be able to attach bombs to ships, but it was an Army vessel. The Army had the Army Air Corps, and it had the Army Air Forces, and it had the first fixed-wing aircraft in war. So even though you are now known more as a ground force with helicopters and combined air-ground, you've really kind of been all over the place.
You're spearheaded a lot of the initiatives that we have right now, technologically. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's watch some more of this armor roll by, and we will get to watching some recruits get sworn in, and if the weather holds, eventually some helicopters and some fireworks. Stay with us.
Before you is the platoon from the Multi-Purpose Company's 2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, 1st Mobile Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, Bastogne. They are showcasing the Army's Transformation in Contact Initiative, a program that allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip our soldiers with the newest technologies. Modern, mobile, and mission-ready, the Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new threats while staying rooted in the fierce resilience that defined its birth. They are carrying the next-generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250, both equipped with the XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle, a new mobility asset that can rapidly move through most terrain types. The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable of carrying heavy loads under its own power through restrictive terrain. This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems. They are the Ghost X, located on the S-MET, the C-100, and right above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now.
Myth, home equity loans are the only way to access cash. Reality, here's a better option. I used to think accessing my home equity
Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded back in the 1980s. Designed as a troop transport, tank killer, and to match speed with an Abrams tank, the Bradley is a fierce fighting machine. The Bradley accompanies American troops often with the M1A1 Abrams tank, nicknamed the Beast and Whispering Death because of its firepower, accuracy while moving, and its stealth. Together, they offer mobility and firepower, a fearsome combination.
As the military parade continues here in Washington, another show of force across the country. What you're seeing on the right side of the screen is Los Angeles, with riot police with shields and batons and horses. There had been a peaceful demonstration outside a federal building that turned chaotic pretty quickly. You had police on horseback go into the crowd, hitting some of the protesters with wooden rods. The LAPD then fired tear gas and used other crowd control measures that sent people fleeing. The LAPD issued a dispersal order, which was rather quickly ignored, and the crowd seems to have gathered itself again. One woman who was in that crowd said this was a total 100% overreaction. We were peaceful, we were just standing there, and they decided to come after us. So this is a pretty visual representation of on edge how many cities have been today. No King's rallies in cities big and small, from major highways to small town squares across America, even as the military parade is taking place here in Washington.
It's the premier attack helicopter in the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial rockets, guided Hellfire missiles, along with 30-millimeter cannon fire. The aircraft you see here is configured with a sophisticated targeting radar system and operating visibility.
Again, on the right side of your screen, more action in Los Angeles. You see very heavily armed LAPD officers, both on foot and on horseback, as people are in the street. Again, there had been a dispersal order issued by the LAPD outside this federal building that many protesters decided to ignore. We'll have to keep watching to see whether this can revert to being peaceful as it was just several minutes ago, or whether tensions have risen a bit too high here.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness. The Army Research Laboratory robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and enhanced teamwork. replacing soldiers' robot dogs can explore terrain that may be difficult for soldiers to traverse, dispose of explosive ordnance, and act in defensive posture or aggressive capacity when armed. The Ghost Robot Dog is another innovation that can adapt seamlessly for various missions from recon to bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour and are working towards 6.7 miles per hour sprint. As the oldest continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer and fifer appointed by George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world. One of the most prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes destiny, this is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J. Pershing, Douglas MacArthur, and Norman Schwarzkopf. Upon entering the United States Army, all recruits undergo initial entry training, a highly intense and a challenging training period aimed at developing a soldier's physical and mental toughness, instill discipline, train them in essential combat skills, and foster teamwork. IET transforms civilians into soldiers based on the 7 core Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. The Virginia Military Institute, on a mission to produce citizen soldiers, men and women educated for civilian life, prepared to serve their country in the armed forces. VMI counts a Nobel Prize winner, 11 Rhodes Scholars, generals, 7 Medal of Honor recipients, and a Pulitzer Prize winner among its graduates. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, students at Virginia Military Institute can participate in Army ROTC or the Corps of Cadets. While cadets...
Lemonade Renters Insurance protects you from life's coulda, shoulda, wouldas. I coulda hired a plumber. Shoulda locked the windows. Would have bought a better toaster if I knew this one would detonate. For as low as $5 a month, Lemonade Renters Insurance will protect all your stuff from those times you coulda, shoulda, woulda, but didn't. Get a quote at lemonade.com/renters.
Excellence in leadership continues in generations to come. The Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, offers students the opportunity to participate in Army ROTC or the historic Corps of Cadets. Founded in 1842, the Citadel is the third oldest of the senior military colleges and is known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical military system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required at graduation, more than 120 students earn their commission each year through the Army Senior ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, Texas A&M University is home to both Army ROTC and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of Cadets' central purposes has remained building individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. Students at the university who participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Warrior Training Battalion at Texas A&M proudly commissions more than 90 second lieutenants and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army. In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force.
So we've gone from the Revolutionary War through the Army's history, and now we are seeing the Army's future marching down Constitution Avenue. Sergeant Major, describe this scene for us, if you would, sir.
Well, this is one-in-a-lifetime experiences right here. What you're seeing right now is you're seeing 250 soldiers, and you have a mixture of soldiers who are re-enlisting and soldiers who are enlisting in the Army. And they're going to face to the left, and they're going to face the Commander-in-Chief, and he is actually going to swear the oath to them. They're going to raise their right hand and swear to the Constitution of the United States, and that is powerful, and it's an honor to have that opportunity.
What a moment for those, well, some young, soon-to-be soldiers and those who have decided to re-up their tours to...
Absolutely.
To stay in uniform.
And you just saw a procession from West Point, from Texas A&M, the Corps of Cadets come by. These are basically your universities that are feeding into your next officer class.
That's right.
Again, the future of the Army.
The future leaders of the Army, absolutely.
So that'll be one of the final acts of this parade. The Commander-in-Chief, who pushed so hard for this parade to happen in the first place, going back 8 years now to his first term, will personally swear in 250 American soldiers after a display that began about 90 minutes ago, a little bit ahead of schedule because the weather has been so unsettled here in Washington. They had to take this very carefully designed and choreographed schedule and change it up quite a bit. We've seen the Golden Knights parachute team go very early. We've seen many of the helicopters go very late. We saw just a few minutes ago You had Apache helicopters, you had Chinooks, you had Blackhawks, you had any assortment of Army aircraft flying over Constitution Avenue, going right by the Washington Monument. You started at the Revolutionary War. Again, as the Sergeant Major noted, the Army was born before the country was actually a country. 1 year before the Declaration of Independence was signed.
That I'm going to have to give back to the American soldiers that I'm going to be leading.
Because ultimately, they don't get to choose. And to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. And I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000 new cadets, people who had just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
I don't think there's another institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and serve. And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high schooler who is considering it, you won't regret it.
Left. Face. Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
Ranger School is the best life insurance policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders to be able to close with and destroy the enemy and defend our nation's interests forward.
Surrender is not a Ranger word. It's not an option. I know that I'm not going to be able to get to do this again. This is my chance.
It all starts at the legendary Ranger School, the crucible where these elite warriors are forged. It has been described as the longest approved gut check in the Army. Over 62 days, students will patrol hundreds of miles over mountains and through swamps under the crushing weight of their equipment. All the while, they are deprived of both food and sleep. forced to perform at the very edge of their physical limits. But it's not just the physical challenges that make Ranger School so intense. The mental strain will break these soldiers down to their core.
If I have a come to God moment, I take my PC off, my patrol cap, and on the inside of that, my commander gave me a Ranger tab, the yellow and black one that you get during graduation, and I pinned it to the inside of my PC.
Ranger School is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are up to the challenge, it is the ultimate proving ground.
They already didn't have enough beds for the people in our company. And our eyes reminded us that we don't have enough beds because there's not going to be this many people by tomorrow. Just a slight reminder that there's too many of you anyways, and not all of you are going to pass.
Rangers, if you don't figure it out, you're about to get another casualty.
It's completely different than what people would think Ranger School is like, but you can't put that into words, so it's hard to tell somebody something that you have to experience for yourself.
They got a saying, it's called as the tab turns. So Ranger School is continuing to change and to develop, but at the end of the day, it is the same, right? They're always going to put you in scenarios that is going to test like your ability to actually make decisions on the ground.
As you go through Ranger School, it is a gut check. It's going to check you out. And what's going to get you through it is whether you have it or not. Thousands and thousands of soldiers train all their lives to come here, prepare themselves to come to Ranger School, and only a few hundred leave here every class with the tab. It's not for everyone.
I'm not going to leave until I get it, so just buckle down, stop complaining, and just get the job done.